G'day everybody, and welcome back for some more Stationeers on Vulcan in my delightful save, where everything is just... It's just nice. It's just good. I'm still very happy with this save. I'm still very happy with how everything's working. Not exactly sold on the to-do list right now. There might be some problems with it, but maybe we'll fix that later. The good news is, I actually feel like I remember what was on my to-do list at the end of the last stream, which is fantastic, because I was lying down thinking about it before I fell asleep last night, and I was like, oh yeah, I remember this. I remember what my goals were. I remember what I was trying to see if I could achieve today, and I think I'll have a decent chance of achieving it. I'm also wondering what the heck Meteor Mechanics is, and if that's the guys that sell the ice cubes, which I will not be able to afford much of, but I'm still kind of keen to see if they are. 63. Alright, let's go down. Oh, I don't know. I think I'm going to miss that one before it comes. Before I can lock onto it, because it's in some weird orientation that this thing isn't liking. But yeah, the goals that I had set for today were still focusing on getting deep mining started, because now that I've got power sorted for a while, with my 2 Stirling engines, my increased solar array, I'm going to be good on power for a decent amount of time. I should be able to start setting up deep miners and centrifuges so that I can hopefully get resources passively while I'm just faffing about in my base, building things, doing that sort of stuff. While all that's going on, expanding my plant numbers so that I can get more oxygen more quickly, which means then I can hopefully get to a point where I can have a combustion furnace with the tier 2 furnace, which will then allow me to get better gear. But there is a little twist on better gear that I found out thanks to the Stationeers Discord. I noticed a post on it talking about the different suits and their thermal conductivity or thermal performance, whatever it was. And there's a certain suit that I have access to because of another game I own that apparently has far better thermal properties than the baseline suit. The Icarus suit apparently is going to be a much better option for me here on Vulcan than the basic suit. And it's cheap. So I'm going to make myself the Icarus suit, and I'm actually going to wear it, because it actually has a purpose. It's not just a reskin. It is genuine, has a small but meaningful purpose to me here. Which is great. Because that means I've got a backup suit. So I need to get a little bit of gold and a little bit of copper. There's some copper. Who's got the gold? You got the gold. There we go. Icarus helmet. Make. So buy Icarus to win easier in Vulcan and Venus. Yeah. I don't think I've got a retort to that, really. Okay, so let's swap everything over.
Air tank critical. Waste tank critical. Power critical. Filter critical.
And swap the helmet. And now I have a spare suit. And I should be able to stay outside longer before my suit becomes a problem. Yay! Yeah, I do. It's a cross promotional thing with Icarus that they've got this Icarus suit. So if you also own Icarus, you get this suit in Stationeers. So yeah, it's great. Runboy, I've already talked to Capac about getting him into Stationeers for a bit of a playthrough once the terrain update properly releases. So hopefully that's a thing I'll be able to arrange. But he's down for it. Because I wanna play some just with Capac games again, because I haven't done that in a while. Oh good. Seed. 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 Plant. 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 Is there a reverse reward? I don't think so. I think it just goes Icarus to Stationeers, not Stationeers to Icarus. But yeah. Before it scrolls too far off my screen. Thanks, Pet Player. Thank you for 22 years. And thank you, Romanez, for 33 months. Thank you, Battlestorm, for 19 months. Blaine the Train is a pain. I really need to read those books again. It's been a while. Can't remember any quotes from it. Other than, obviously, the opening line. Thank you, Crazy Canuck. Thank you for continuing the gift sub from Dragnon. I think that was what it said earlier. And thank you, Yosh. Thank you for 17 months. And Bartman. 2 years. And Legacy for the Prime sub. And Chipsticks. Thank you for making so many cool mods. And for the sub. And thank you, Andy, for 15 months. Trying to think of what useful item you could get from Stationeers into Icarus. A filter? A heavy filter? Yeah, or just a Stationeer. Like, just a Stationeer for, like, decoration of your base. Yeah. Partman. Thank you for the 25 gift subs. Or scanner visor first for Icarus, yeah. Thank you very much, Partman. So, I've got a little twist to today's stream that I am planning for later. Which is... later on in this stream, Rocketworks are going to be streaming a little bit of Kitten Space Agency stuff and where their development is up to. And that's going to happen at in 3.5 hours. So I was going to pop across to that, share it with you guys, and see whether there's anything particularly interesting for us, and then come back to more of this after it. All staying live through the whole thing so we can talk about what Dean and the people at Rocketworks are saying about it and things like that. So that was my plan for later, which is unusual, but since it was timed for during this and they were fine with me restreaming it, I figured let's give it a crack later on. Alright, so to begin. I had a plan and I've done one bit of it. I've got the Icarus suit. That was the important bit. Now I need to decide where to put my my miners. And I'm also going to need to go out and get resources because I don't have much. But it'll be interesting being out here with the slightly better suit and seeing how quickly I get forced to go inside. So if I zoom out to third person, does that help? Marginally. I need a new battery for this. Drill. Base tank is still climbing at a decent speed, but it's supposedly better by 50% or something like that, so... The The hard suit is still 3 times better than the Icarus suit, though. So the hard suit is still definitely my goal. So I kind of want to keep this area as the front of my base. Like, if this is going to be a hotel, this would be the sort of landing area. I want the runway running this way, that sort of thing. So I don't really want to put the mining apparatus over here. So I could... I'm also wanting to think about where I want a production room. I could have the production room could move into this area once it's moved out of, because that becomes the greenhouse proper, or at least for most purposes. That room there. Then I could move production out to here, filling in that gap. So then I'll be able to have a walkthrough into the battery room, and then if production's... Yeah. I think I can go back to first person. If production's there, that would mean having... I don't really need to have production right near where I do my smelting, because I want to have a smelting room set up. So yeah, I think back here behind all of the existing buildings kind of makes sense for a lot of the deep drills, the centrifuges, the sorter, the furnace room, that sort of thing. I guess. And I'm going to need gas handling like I did on Venus as well. Probably not to the same extent. But I mean, ultimately, you do kind of want to have large storages of most gases. But it's quite easy to get access to a lot of volatile here, so the system should be a lot less complex because it requires a lot fewer steps to set up. And as everything with this base that I've done so far, I kind of want to mainly build things in ways that they don't need to be rebuilt too often. I accept that I'm going to need to do some decent amount of rebuilding, of course, but the less I can do, the better it feels, I think. So maybe I'll go... Oh, waste tank caution. So maybe what I could do is dig out down and have my deep miners underground, and then have my sorting room, have my centrifuges and sorters above the deep miners, so that my centrifuges can, that room can expand at the same time as my deep mining area does. Because they can keep pushing that way. Yeah, I think I'm happy enough with that. So I'll do more drilling, but I'll just go deal with my tank first. Full silo for each ore? Maybe this time, maybe. Or at least for the main ores. Like, I don't care about uranium. I may well, given this is Vulcan, and given I have no purpose for it at this stage, and it's kind of fun, I may well design the uranium chute to just plop straight into the lava. But yeah, silos for eventually for iron, copper, coal, gold, nickel. I think were the big ones that kept filling up first. Or at the very, like, for the initial phase, just lots of chutes. Just lots and lots of chutes and a 50 stacker so that it takes longer before everything fills up. Is there a benefit to steel frames over iron frames? Slightly cheaper production costs overall. That's the reason I've always done it. Slightly cheaper. Okay. Emptying my tanks, that's what I was doing. And I think steel looks nicer. Are silos that expensive? I didn't think silos were. $20 gold, 10 copper, 15 steel. Yeah, they're not that expensive. With 15 steel sheets, 10 plastic sheets. Like, for what they do, they're nothing... For me, expensive, I tend to think of stuff that requires complex materials, not just lots of simple materials. Simple materials in large quantities isn't too bad most of the time. Yeah, steel frames are slightly cheaper to build. Is the main advantage. So I'm going to need to drill down in a fairly large area. Figure I'll do this clearing out during daytime and then I'll do this clearing out, and once I've cleared out an area I'm happy with, I'll then start collecting the materials I need to build it all with. Because while I'm doing this, obviously my plants are growing, they're producing the oxygen I need for various things. So we're still getting progress anyway.
Hydration critical.
And I don't need any additional power right now, so I don't need to rush on anything from that front. So it's really just focusing on these miners. No, the spare tank's closed. I remembered to close it this time. I've been trying to pay attention to that after messing it up so many times. Yeah, 300 iron plus 100 coal versus 800 iron is a substantial difference when you're talking about lots and lots of frames. Yeah, exactly. I think Rocketworks did a good job balancing the iron frames versus steel frames things, because it is one of those things you like in the early game it's not enough to really matter, but when you're building at scale it is enough to really matter. And so I think for the way we produce resources it's actually quite nicely balanced. How deep is it before I hit lava? Ah, it's still a bit deeper. Might need to get the terrain tool at some point. Yep, garbage disposal hole ready to go. Well, I was thinking, if I line the drills up so they're in 2 rows, I could have like a line of lava running down the middle of the room with glass floors over the top of it, so we can see it, so it looks like a smeltery, even though it's a drill. Just for something different. Because I won't be spending much time in the space that the drills are in, so I won't have to worry about the audible element of it. But it'll be kind of cool to, when I do go down there, see that effect. The plan today is mines. Deep mines. Which means all of the paraphernalia that goes alongside that. Because there's a lot that goes with them. The centrifuges, making sure I've got power for those centrifuges. And I know someone's going to mention combustion centrifuges, but I feel like at this point combustion centrifuges may as well go on my my bingo board, because I can't be bothered. at a stage when I do not have a fuel source. Oh, sorry, an oxidizer source. Okay, so you don't hear anything until you're down at this exact level. Alright, that's good to know. Because I heard nothing up here. No sound. Sound. May as well grab the ores that are down here. Alright, so that's definitely going to be deep enough. I'm probably not going to go quite this deep. I need to make a bunch of steel frames. I can start laying this out properly. From a game mechanic perspective, what would you say to a machine that can split CO2 into carbon and O2 at the price of huge amounts of power? I think in Stationeers, mostly uninteresting. I think it's mostly uninteresting, unfortunately. At the moment, you effectively achieve the splitting of CO2 into carbon and O2 with plants, which require a whole lot more stuff than just power. So they're a more interesting way of achieving that same outcome. And doing plants at scale takes more inputs. I feel like you're replacing an interesting mechanic with an uninteresting one. To me, it feels like yeah, it feels like it'd be the sort of thing that'd be made as a mod and I would never use. Especially as the goal from Rocketworks is to add nuclear power. Power is eventually going to be have more options to it, but also probably be abundant. So therefore, you're less likely to actually need it and feel like it's a restriction on things. Where is the terrain tool? Because I was just reminded, I do actually need voxels underneath the drills, so I'm going to need to place them if they're not there. Yeah, Chipsticks, I did see the mod for cleaning filters. I haven't bothered recently to actually... Oh, this isn't going to need a fancy battery. This can just use this. To make sure that my mods are actually working. Because it's so close to the big update, I'm like, I'm not going to mod things just now. Okie dokie. So I need to fill up a dirt canister. I can't remember how I fill up the dirt canister. It was with the drill, wasn't it? I put the dirt canister in there? Yeah, that's how we do it. And I wanted to get steel frames. Okay. Geet, I decided to not play 7 Days to Die anymore because it wasn't fun for me anymore. I don't enjoy what they made the game into. It's not fun. I don't like it anymore. I dislike the game that it has become from the game that it was. It makes me angry, and it makes me unhappy, and it makes it for not fun streams. Simple as that. Yeah, I may need a pill. Luckily I've got phones going.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
But yeah, I should probably plan towards having a machine so I can make it. How many frames am I going to need? I need a few. You wonder what power sinks they'll introduce with nuclear power, though? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, does Stationeers even need more power sinks? As a genuine question? Or is nuclear power going to be so complex to set up that it's the sort of thing that you build instead of having 200 solar panels? Because if we have 200 solar panels, well, you may as well have a nuclear reactor, right? You can never have too much power in Stationeers. True. And that's sort of my thinking as well. Like, Stationeers is not lacking for power sinks. With multiple sources of power, when does it make sense to switch? Well, I guess for me, the thing that's feels like it's the point where it makes sense to switch in Stationeers is when I want to. Like, you could function quite easily on most planets that are, like, there are a few select ones that are specifically intended to hamper solar to a point where it's useless. But for most planets, a good deal of solar will get you a good deal of power. And you can just have more solar to compensate for the lower input from them. Europa and the Saturn Moon one, whichever one it is, I can't remember the name of it right now. Those ones are intended to make it so you push against doing solar and you use other methods. But if you spam it, because solar has 0 ongoing inputs, you can still do it with solar. Mimus, yeah. You can still spam it and do it. So it's not, you're not stopped. But nuclear power, yeah. I think the other, actually that's a fair point. There is another power sink coming to Stationeers, which is terraforming. And terraforming seems like a great place to use it's a great place to use lots of power. Yeah, Dapper Dragon, there's a whole lot of things with nuclear that make it a potentially very interesting mechanic for Stationeers. The potential for meltdown, the potential for irradiating the player, and needing to have a way to deal with that irradiation of yourself, that sort of thing. There's so many little things that can be messed with in a game with as detailed a survival threat as this has. Yeah, Darkwind, exactly. So a nuclear reactor's going to need to be built in one step, while solar gets to be built in stages and expanded upon gradually, which is one of its advantages. Nuclear and all other fuel-based power sources need constant monitoring and constant maintenance of the fuel source. Solar doesn't. Wind arguably doesn't require much maintenance, but wind has the potential for unexpected overload because of its inconsistent inputs, thanks to storms. Which is not me complaining about storms. I think it's a good element that makes wind interesting. Because when you compare it to wind power in, say, Space Engineers, where it's just constant same input, except for the occasional storm, which can change it a little bit. But usually doesn't. It's a much more interesting way. The fact that it can burn out a cable, but having said that, I don't think I want cable management in Space Engineers. I wouldn't like that. I know a lot of people are like ridiculously excited about that as a concept. Not for me. Not for the way I like to build in Space Engineers. Oh, right, I don't have my tool well out. A solar storm event. I think if Stationeers had been built from the ground up with an expectation of maintenance on all of your devices, maybe storms that damage everything would feel okay. Man, having to maintain all your stuff, or make a Larry that maintains all your stuff, including your solar panels. I'm not sure I'd want that as a gameplay element. Gives purpose to the storm shutters. Yeah, I suppose. I mean, they've already got the stuff in game to make some of these things as Stationeer only difficulty settings. I guess it could be a Stationeer level difficulty where your solar panels can get hit by a solar storm and damaged.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, everything would have to be moved inside. Your solar panels would have to be inside. All of the stuff. Yeah, Spectre Cerberus, exactly. Cerberus, sorry. Misread it. Yeah, the Space Engineers is a sandbox where you build ships to do cool things, and you build rovers to do cool things. Basically, you do things to do cool things in Space Engineers. In Stationeers, you do cool things to survive in interesting ways. To me, the methodology, the stuff that I do in Stationeers is the fun part. It's a very factory game in that aspect. We'll just leave the ferns there, and we'll plant more once I can pull out those potatoes. I'll plant the seeds as well, because I want to predominantly... Oh, actually... I was about to say I predominantly want, the ferns, but I actually want more planters. I'll just go get more planters. Which means more iron. Oh yeah, my old plan to lower row can be located too. That's a good point. That needs to happen. But a bit of iron's not bad because I'm nearly almost out, so doing a quick search for it during the day is not a bad idea. I reckon. I'm going to need a whole lot of materials to make the deep miners as well. It's funny, these brutal starts, I feel like I get so much further through the game before I bother doing an advanced furnace. But it's probably more the Vulcan Venus thing. Because every play that I've ever done on Mars, I pretty much shoot straight for the advanced furnace because I just want to be able to use it quickly. But I guess that's because you've got already pre-sorted fuel and oxidizer in the ice that you can find on the ground. So that I don't even have to bother with the trader. And I guess because I've got the trader in this, I use the trader to do a lot of that stuff that would get those early difficult alloys. Just an interesting thing I hadn't really thought about until just then. How much that changes my gameplay. Right, this is good. Got a bit more copper, got a bit more iron. This will hopefully last me a little while. It would be an interesting mechanic to encourage doing things if every now and again a heavy storm comes through, one that damages things. You know, as you say, used to storm shutters, but also the cladding gets damaged. Routine, random, unavoidable damage in games is rarely an fun mechanic. While it may seem interesting at first, I think it gets tired very easily. And that's why I'm hesitant to jump on board with those ideas. The maintenance tasks are not as fun as building something new. There's a lot of, I just built that, come on. Yeah, there's that. But I think it's also like a new project is more exciting than repairing an old one. So as unrealistic as it is, I think from a gameplay perspective, the vast majority of the time, and I'm sure there are games that prove that it can be done, I think it's just very difficult to make maintenance tasks fun. What could be more interesting is if there's something that requires player active engagement to prevent the damage in the first place. So, in Stationeers, I guess the active engagement could be making sure your storm shutters work and using them. But what immediately popped to mind when that idea popped in my head was the hacking mechanic in Pulsar that Capac was dealing with in our co-op play. So the hacking mechanic there, he had to look at a sequence of numbers, determine the pattern, and then act on that pattern, and had to do that in a time of stress, which is somewhat interesting. If there's something like that that could be done with managing some sort of prevention mechanism for maintenance, then maybe there'd be a way to make maintenance not just tedium. And not just, oh, come on. I don't have to fix that again. I've already fixed it 20 times for the other 20 storms that have come through. This isn't fun anymore. It's like whenever I've heard in people talk about having the idea of randomly occurring faults on craft in Kerbal Space Program style games. That doesn't sound very fun to me. That sounds very frustrating. When I've just carefully made a thing, and then all of a sudden a thing breaks that I had no control over. If there's a risk-reward thing where I can buy the cheap version which might fail, or the safe version that definitely won't, then that's okay, because that's active player agency in the circumstance, where you've got the player saying, alright, I'm willing to take this risk. I'm willing to buy the cheapo one, because it'll give me access to this thing sooner than if I went with the other option. I did see Ixion, but I never thought I would play it on stream. It's the sort of game I probably would have played some of, given infinite free time. But yeah, not something I prioritized over other things available at the time. Alright, I'm getting out of this hole. That's enough mining for now. I'll set me up for a little bit. Yeah, in survival games where you have to eat regularly, it's not fun once you've figured out how to get your food sorted. Unless it's acting as an interesting tether to keep you to your base. Yeah, you want muffins. Yeah, empty liquid canister though. $7.50 each. Could sell some to you. Ow, poop. Yeah, so the number of survival games out there where you have, and this is true of the food and water mods for Space Engineers, the number of ones where you have to constantly be putting food into your mouth or water into your mouth, and all it is another thing to monitor. It's not a thing that actually changes gameplay in a meaningful way. Yeah, it's hard to, in my mind, feel like those are adding something to your game. Oh wait, I can use these as a way to push the water through. And that's why whenever people talk about food systems in survival games, Valheim inevitably comes up. Because Valheim turned that on its head in a way that people hadn't seen before. The whole you don't actually need to eat, you just eat to get buffs thing was new until then. Alright. Nice. This works. Well, in Valheim you're dead, yes. I guess it makes sense from a lore perspective as well. That you're dead, you don't need to eat. 1 second. I just need to quickly fill up my water bottle. What I'd love to see whenever I talk about this stuff, I'm like, yeah, this doesn't work. I haven't seen this ever work. This doesn't work. I'd love to be proved wrong soon. And see someone come out with a genuinely new system that really makes it feel different. That would be cool. More iron for more plants. Wanna play as a droid? I don't... So... As much as I often find that having to regularly eat and do that sort of stuff can be not the best mechanic, I really don't mind it as a mechanic. It's not something that upsets me, it's not something that I think is bad. As long as the growing of the plants and the provision of food is interesting enough. And in Stationeers, it's interesting enough to me. And it's rare enough. And there's a reason for me to make slightly better food later, and there's a reason for me to keep eating potatoes now. So, I don't mind it. But I can equally acknowledge that it is not a strong game mechanic. Just because I don't mind it doesn't mean it's good. This is probably my best way of saying that one.
Hydration critical.
Oh yeah, plenty of room for more phones now. I might just do one more batch of iron. And then I will try and think about what I'm doing next, which is probably making more steel. Sweet Orange Bunny, what on earth is CDDA? And yeah, the food facilitates the time pressure for the brutal start. It has meaning in this. It's not without any purpose. Oh, I've never heard of that. I've never heard of Cataclysm Dark Days Ahead. The game mechanic needs to not feel like a chore or a task you do just because, even as a survival game. There's a delicate balance where a thing for realism becomes a tedious circle blocking everything else you need/want to do. Yeah, the biggest challenge I think with that is that level where it becomes chore is different for each person. I'm probably one of the people for whom it becomes a chore later than a lot. And some of the people I play with regularly are the kind of people for whom it becomes a chore earlier than most. So it's tricky. I just want to build these hydroponics so that I can keep my fern expansion going. How's my CO2 in here? It'll be high for a while. 39.9%. Okay. So I started at 40% CO2. Try and remember that for me, chat. But I think games are getting better at managing food and trying to manage the tedium of food and water. And trying to make the mechanics more interesting, and I think Valheim can be credited with a greater push to do that and a greater awareness of the negative impacts of having persistent drains on player time that aren't adding unique challenges. Thanks, Pup Tim. Thank you for 18 months. And thank you, Horman. Thank you for 30 months. Thank you very much. But Icarus food buffs work in Stationeers. I mean, the Stationeers food buffs are anti-detriments, but couched as buffs, which I think is sensible. As in, if you eat well, you can drink more, meaning that there's less tedium. So, if you put the effort in to make a cake, that cake lasts longer, means you don't have to cook as often, and means you've got access to a drink meter that goes so high that you don't have to drink as often. And so it's kind of this nice little feedback loop of, if I do the thing that takes more work, I have to do less work of the things that are less interesting to do. Alright. So. Drills. I need to make the drills first. Deep miner. Steel, electrum, invar, and constantan. Ah. Do I need to get an ingot trader? I think I might do. Yeah. I could probably make constantan. What about invar? I can probably make invar soon. Does it get... It's day 50. How much hotter does it get during the day? Yeah, I thought it got over 1,000 Celsius in the winter. When is winter? I thought I was nearing winter. But it seems my peak temperature is 652 degrees Celsius. Do any of you guys in chat know what the what day I'm looking at, so how long I have to wait? Because that'll guide me as to how I approach this. Because if it's only going to be a couple of days before it starts getting day 60 to 70. Okay, so that's a fair way off. I should probably figure out ways to manage this without going down that route. So let's get an ingot. Let's get an alloy trader. So we'll send away our water trader. Actually, I'll see what it costs me to make those water bottles he wants. Liquid canister. 5 iron. Ah, let's make those. I'll sell those off. Oh yeah, I am 50% to my arbitrary goal for this playthrough. That's true. I have survived to day 50. How many do you want? You want 12 of these. Okay. 5 each. I can make 10. They're going to be a pain in the backside to shuttle in and out. That's okay. Figure if I get an alloy trader. Oh, wait, no. I don't want to get an alloy trader yet. I remember what I wanted to do. I want to make this a 5x5 platform. I want to get a 5x5 alloy trader. So I can get the fancier alloys, and then I can make my fancy suit, and my fancy belt, and my fancy backpack. But mainly my fancy belt and fancy backpack so I can hold more stuff. Because it will make things a lot less painful. Yeah. Yeah, fancy hat, exactly. Do I do that straight away? The medium dish is the thing that's holding me back from doing that straight away. Because medium dish is a bit annoying. Because I have to modify my space up here so I can fit the dish inside. I'll wait on that. Right, let's go sell these. All the others are printing. No, I have no idea how to automate the dish when I've got multiple potential targets, so I'm not going to think about that. I'm not in the mood to think about that. Is there a reason to have the larger dish? Yes. Much easier to lock onto signals, and there are some signals you can't really lock onto without it. Right, I'll just sell this much. Don't worry about the last two. Automating the dish is a trap. It feels like it. Especially having lots and lots of trader options. I feel like there's at least one more bottle on the ground. So we're 12 and I've only sold a fraction of that. Oh well. I can't see him anywhere, so I must be wrong. I suppose I should check the inputs of... No, the machines? Nope. Ah, there's one in that machine. There it is. Yes, I did have items fly at me from depressurization. Which is a feature in Stationeers that is set up to be unrealistically aggressive because it's more fun. It is far more fun to have it be aggressive than it is for it to be mild. So... they openly acknowledge that, yep, not realistic. Yep, fun. No, Jacko, the to-do list on Discord is not related to this at all. The to-do list in this is a reference to me not remembering what I had intended to do on my previous streams. Stellar stone supply. And asteroid artisans. I'm not going to get that one anyway. 57? Oh yeah, close to this. 36. I'm thinking Stellar Stone Supply might sell me some ice. Since there's no alloy trader coming down. Bigger platform distraction. Yeah, I'm torn on the bigger platform. What do I need for it? Kit landing pad basic. It's the large, it's the medium dish that's making me not want to do it yet, because I have to do more stuff than just that. It's not a quick... I guess if I put down 5x5 and then try and lock, like deadlock one, I could do it. But I think I'll wait. I think I'll be okay to manage achieving the temperatures and pressures I need for stuff. Okay, so I can buy some oxide from this guy, which is good. Could sell him this. Except the welding torch will be a pain. Or I could sell him an arc welder, actually. Just thinking 450 to buy more oxides. But I can probably just buy whatever oxides I can get. It's not that big a deal. Maybe I'll do that. Buying unprocessed ore when I can get it for free, effectively from a deep miner, doesn't feel like a good use of my money to me. Okay, there's two. I can buy a third. And I can buy another 22. There we go. Let's go release these in my base, and I can send you away. Oh, I need to bring down gas traders because I can just buy all their pollutant and just vent it. Alright, but what I was going to do here is literally this. I am popping these out. I'm turning this on. Because if I can get more oxygen, why not? Storm. Temperature in the storm. Hot. For now. But not particularly hot. Okay, I may have rushed putting that oxide out. A touch. Oops. It'll be fine. The plants will be stressed for a minute, and then they'll be fine. 9 kilomoles. Cool. I need a shower. That's fine. So, deep miners. Let's start getting the materials together for those. I think I'll focus on the... Let's get some... I don't have any coal, and I can't go out mining. I can't smelt, because it's a storm. I guess I'll try and lock down a trader. But I can't call them down during a storm anyway. But maybe Star Smelter will still be contactable after the storm. Because that's an ingot, an alloys trader. I'll interrogate him so I can call him down. Yeah, the turbine that's out here, they're not doing anything. I don't care. I don't need it. It looks interesting though, so I'm gonna leave it, but I don't care. I'm also not going to propagate further potatoes. I've got more than enough. I'm just going to propagate the ferns into the empty slots once they're available rather than doing first potatoes, then ferns. Now down to 130. Connect a light to it, maybe? Yeah, I could do that for an exterior lighting so that it doesn't cost me regular power and I've always got a light on the base. Yeah, not a bad idea. Although, I suspect the light will turn off frequently when the turbine doesn't produce enough power. As I suspect it's not enough. So, Electrum-wise, I've got enough for 2 deep miners, and I think starting with 2 is not a bad place to begin. 2 deep miners. So I don't need more Electrum. Have I got 100 steel? No. No, I do not. So I'm going to need more steel. And Constantan, that's nickel and copper, which I've got enough for. And then the Invar, I believe I can buy Invar though. Is iron and nickel, which I've still got nickel for both. But the Constantan I should be able to make soon. Because it should, even though winter's not till like day 60, 70, the daytime temperatures should start increasing soon, I think. At least in a couple more days. Yeah, I need centrifuges to deal with what it mines, but I'm happy to get the mining started first. Because my experience of the mining is that it takes a while to build up a backlog for the centrifuges to actually then catch up. So I can have the miners start first with a stacker to send through those stacks. Ideally, what I think I want to do is have, in the final setup, deep miners into a silo, silo into centrifuges, centrifuges into independent silos for each type of ore, which means I don't have to get the balance perfect, but I can see where the balance sits between them by monitoring those silos that are in between each element. If the silo gets full, make more of the thing that follows. If the silo is empty, make more of the thing that precedes. Which, I guess if I've got enough conveyors, enough chutes, I can just check them and that'll tell me as well. Silo is the main storage, yeah. Because silos have 300 slots. Or 600 slots. They have a lot of slots. Or items. So if you've got 3 or 600 or whatever it is slots for ores, that means 300 stacks of 50. Or 600. What is it? Chat? It's 300 or 600? $600. That was a lot. Well, I have a potato silo. I'm not sure I need to. I'm not sure I really, like, with volatiles in the atmosphere, do I really need to be storing much plants other than to produce nitrogen? I guess it'll mainly be for the nitrogen. I am stuck. I am actually stuck. There is very little I can do until this storm goes past. Let's see. How are we looking on the... They've all gone. I need to get someone new when the storm is over. Great. Don't care about Space Sprout. Don't care about Star Stop. Nebula Nucleus. Don't know what Nucleus would be, but it's going to be gone before the storm's up. Because as I was saying before, I should be calling down every gas trader I can and buying, which is getting them to pay me to take their pollutants off their hands. Down to 119 kilopascals in here. How much oxygen have I got? Oh, sweet. That is a substantial increase in my oxygen supply. Alright, cool. Storm is over.
Power low.
Let's see what who I can call down. I think Nebula Nucleus is the only one that might be interesting, but I'm not going to get it in time. Yeah, no chance. Let's see. Does the interrogation finish before the thing? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Land. Oh! Is it going to come down even though it reached 0? Yep, looks like it. Cool.
Power low.
Hey Tex, how's it going? See, Shadow Drake, as I did learn my lesson from the previous Vulcan save. I learned my lesson. Oh, cool. Ingots trader. So I can get Constantan, but I can't get Invar. No, I can get Invar. So I can get Invar. Sweet, so I can just buy it. So I can get my deep miners. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, redoing your certifications. That sounds fun, Tex. That sounds really fun. Right, so. If I can just buy these, and it's not yet hot enough during the day to make these, I think I still might make the Constantan. So that's copper and nickel. Let's get the Constantan made up then. Let's get the copper in, degas it. Yep, I've felt the recertification pains before. Thankfully, don't need to worry about that these days. Yeah, Smeghead, I still haven't gotten Reggie to respond to the universal greeting. It is an oversight of mine. Okay, so we've got gas in there. Let's set it out. Empty the vat. Empty the thing a bit. So I can get fresh, hot volatiles in there. But yeah, as to the volatiles in my base, I learnt my lesson, and instead of having a manual airlock that continued to access my base even after I should have upgraded to an auto, I have gone full auto on this one. From early days. Which I think has been the main saving grace. 20 megapascals. So I need quite a lot of gas in there. So let's start going in now before it gets too cool. We've got a decent amount of the stuff out. What's in here? Yeah, we'll have a high percentage of volatiles. And I can shove through 50 grams of silver to get the temperature up. I reckon I probably need maybe 15 megapascals of gas in there. Not sure.
Waste tank caution.
I am not sure. I am really not sure how this is going to go, because I'm worried I'm going to explode my furnace if I go too high. So maybe I'll stop at 12 megapascals and put the 50 silver through to get its nitrous out, to ignite all of the fuel and see if it explodes. Yeah, let's stop there. I'm actually going to go chicken and stop even sooner. $15, $16, pop that out. 17. I need 20. Ooh. Hold up. Hold up. Can I get away with this? What did, Invar want? 1200 Kelvin? Oh, it's just gotten cool. Okay. Okay. I can actually get this. Let's put these ones separate so I remember where they are. Pop that in there. Okay, pop that out. Come on. Come on. Did I do the wrong mix? No, iron and nickel, half and half. 18 to 20 megapascals. Oh, it's 21 megapascals now. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh, yeah. We got Invar. No! It just dropped before I pressed the lever. I'm gonna do this again. I'm getting the Invar. Oh, yeah. Okay. 20 point. Yes! Oh, that makes me happy. Don't need to buy either of them. 100 grams of each. Well, 150 of one and 100 of the other. 200 of one. So we're now at just below the pressure I need, so I can set inward. Temperature-wise, I still need for the Constantan. 1000 Kelvin. Okay, cool. So I can just grab in some air. Now let's get these in there first. Thanks, Housie. Thank you for the Prime sub. Yeah, I probably have never highlighted that I'm well aware that the button goes green when things are in the appropriate range to output something meaningful. But I don't usually do anything with that knowledge. Okay, so that's it in there. We're at slightly below the pressure needed. Let's see if the temperature's dropping too much, or if we'll get to 20 megapascals before. I may have to wait till morning. 19.6, 1100, 19.7. Come on, reach 20 before I drop below 1000 Kelvin. Yep, there we go. Aha! I don't need you, trader. I mean, I can still use you to make money, but I don't need you for these. That makes me happy. What temperature does silver smelt at? Low enough for me to stack these up, because I'm sick of having so many stacks of silver. Ah, that feels great. Feels so good to have these. Okay, so that's all made. Now I just need to go out and find some coal so that I can make steel, and then I can make my deep miners. You go in there. You go up on the stairs with the other silver, which I will deal with at some other stage. You go in there. Grab my electrum, which I probably want to make more of, actually. It is quite easy by comparison, though. And put you back up there, even though you fall off every single time I come through the door. Yeah, I can stick them in a machine to combine them, I know. Probably should. Because they are a bit of a mess. Oh, I should have shoved them in the tool printer. I can just... all the silver can just sit in the tool printer until I actually need it for something. Alright. Down to 94 kilopascals, so let's turn off the oxygen filter. And after all that, we've ended up with... I can get the tank to highlight. Oh. 7.75 kilomoles. Nice. So, steel. That's what I need to do. Steel. Get some more iron, get some coal. I should get some gold so I can get some more electrum, because if I get some more... Oh, I've got enough for the 3, so what do I need for the centrifuges now that I know what I need for that? Kit centrifuge. Oh, it's cheap. It's just iron and copper. Okay, so I need to get some iron, some coal, and some gold if I see it. Let's open that. Open the backup canister. Close it. let's go. I could make some extra suit filters, yes. Could. Am I going to? Eh. I know I could, though. Am I going to find coal at night? Unlikely. There's some iron. Quite pleased I've still managed to go without the ore glasses. Oops. Oh, that's gone into the depths. Okay, so I've got enough for 2 stacks of steel. Which is kind of my sweet spot at the moment, I think. I've actually got a fair bit of silicon, I won't mind that now. But I will grab this copper until daylight comes so that I can see any coal. Because I'm going to need a lot of cabling for this. I'm going to need a lot more iron because I'm going to make a lot of chutes and they require a lot of iron. Plus, if I'm going to make any money off this trader, I need to have a bunch of copper and a bunch of iron because I don't like to sell the other stuff. That should be enough to sell a bit of copper and not feel too bad about it. Make 120 bucks. That 100 stack? No, I didn't want to pick up... Ugh. Lead. Go away. Don't like you. Until I need you. And then I can't find you. Right, it's daytime now. I should be able to spot coal on the surface. If there is any to spot. There's some gold. Let's grab that. Wonder how good the ore glasses are for finding lava. I could make charcoal from my potatoes, just by shoving them in the furnace. You get carbon from them, but I know there's coal out here, so I figure I'll find it instead. So that's enough for 100 electrum, which is good. Trying to think how far... with how many potatoes I have, just how much carbon I would get anyway. I'm not sure it's enough to really matter. Right. I either need to go back and sell some stuff, or I need to stop mining and get coal. I think I will go back and sell some stuff. I'll fill up on iron, sell some iron off, sell some copper off, have some money. Oh, here's coal. That's not as convenient as that might have sounded. So I've now already filled up on my other slots. That's enough for one stack, that's good. Yeah, sure, I could drop the lead if I really get stuck. And can't be bothered going back to the trader to sell stuff off. I think this is okay though. Alright. More coal over here, right? Hopefully. No. A little bit more down there. Come on, the rest of the coal for this stack, please. Please. Up to 40. It's not looking promising. I think I'm gonna have to find another spot. Oh, no. 46. 48. Yeah, there we go. 50.
Waste tank caution.
Okay. That's it. We got enough for the steel, and I've got some iron I can sell. I've got some copper I can sell. So I'll fill up the rest of my belt. There we go. Full. Yeah, I am very guilty of carrying more stuff than I need most of the time. I know. I shouldn't be carrying around the terrain tool. I shouldn't be carrying around a whole bunch of things. I know. But this is just... it's just what I'm like. I feel like it's too much of an uphill battle to change that. Okay. I want to keep this iron because I'm probably going to need to use it. But I might sell off another 100 copper. That leaves me with 340 bucks. Not too bad. Oh yeah, the lava is real bad to the spacesuit. Really bad. Alright, let's get all this steel degassed. I reckon this is going to drop too cold for... yeah, it's already too cold for steel. So I should start setting this to go outward. And empty the thing. Isn't lava normally bad for everything? Yeah. Tends to be. It's not ideal for a lot of things.
Waste tank caution.
Ooh, okay, I gotta go inside. Let's just put the last one in, and then I'll go inside and empty my waste tanks. Is there any way to use lava as a very hot heat source? No, there isn't. Lava is just the thing that kills you and stops you digging any deeper. That's about it. Ah! I think I got all the bits. Yeah, it looks like it. Oof. Chasing down balls of, incorrect, well, steel. There's a bit of nitrous in there, but that's irrelevantly small amounts. Okay, so what I'm thinking I might be able to do, if I hadn't stacked up all my silver, was use my silver ingot and some gold to make electrum. What does electrum need? Ah, it's low pressure, so I can get this really hot, but if it goes to high pressures, then it's all just not going to cook it anyway. But what I'm thinking I could do is shove 50 silver in there, 50 gold in there, get the electrum sludge, reagent mix, eject it out, shove my steel through, drop the pressure to low enough, put my electrum back in and smelt it. I think I'll do it that way. And I reckon there's enough volatile in there for that to work, I think. So let's turn that off. Gold in first. And silver. I know activating probably doesn't do anything, but I like pressing the button. Okay. So we grab that and that, and we put them somewhere separate so I don't mix them up with the steel. Now we have yellow hot furnace at over 2000 Kelvin. And now we can get our steel. And it's cooling down rapidly because this thing is not insulated at all. I think there's enough gas there that it should be okay. Alright, steel. 400 grams, popping out in a second. That should be enough for building the room and for building the miners. Now we'll shove the electrum back in. Actually, how hot is this? Still 1.6 Kelvin. Let's just quickly smelt some iron, so I'm going to need some. And some silicon. Yeah, an electrum doesn't need it particularly hot either. So this works nicely. Now I'll do the electrum. Let's set to outward. Let's start getting the gas going out. Things don't cool as quickly in general because it's still quite warm overnight, but it's cool enough overnight to make solder basically by just pumping in night air into the furnace. So solder's actually not that hard on Vulcan. Just pump in night air for the most part and you'll be right. Doesn't need anything too fancy. The main thing I found with smelting on Vulcan is it's really not hard. Which is kind of Vulcan's saving grace. Especially come winter, it'll be really easy in winter. Steel in there, let's make our deep miners. So now that I made another 400 steel, I could justify maybe making 4 deep miners to begin with. Oh, I guess I could make CO2 filters.
Hydration critical.
After I go back out and put some iron through the smelter again. I think that's too low for iron, so I'll just shove it through here. Nice. My ore thing is almost empty again. Which is not nice in some respects, but nice in the respect that I've actually converted it all to ingots that I'm going to use. Oh boy, these are going to take a while to print. I kind of still want to print them off first. Because I want to get the spacing right. I'm also going to need to have stackers. Lots and lots and lots of chutes. So I guess once that iron comes through, I've already got one. I can start making some chutes here. So I'm going to need lots of those. But I guess I can make the carbon dioxide filter first. Oh, I can make medium ones now that I've made lots of Constantan. Cool. But I'm gonna make another small one. Hey, first deep miner. Have you considered that they may print faster if you fix the fans on the printer? I've considered that, yes. So, yeah, I thought, how is winter defined? Is it, I think defined by day length makes the most sense. But how is winter defined? Oh, no. Interesting. According to Wikipedia, it's defined by meteorologists to be the 3 calendar months with the lowest average temperatures. So, I'm waiting for Vulcan summer, then. But then they separated into thermal winter and other, and then astronomically, which is based on daylight. So I guess we could use either astronomical or meteorological definitions, and yeah. Well, Vulcan's temperatures, I imagine, on the surface temperatures could be impacted more by proximity to the black hole than by daylight hour exposure. So if the daylight hour exposure is low, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be cooler. Does anything say anything about the latitude your map is at? No, but that is a thing that actually matters. I don't know where to find it though. I've never seen that, but I believe it is a thing that matters. I think you can know the orbit. Devs did say in Vulcan winter it is closer to the black hole. Yeah, so that's why if we go by astronomical winter, that would be daylight hours, and it is thus hotter in astronomical winter because we're closer to the black hole, which is causing more distortion in the crust of the planet, causing the surface temperatures to be higher, I guess. Yeah, I've left the suit on because I still haven't got enough lights in here, and that is another thing on the to-do list. But almost got the 4 deep miners I want. Forgot to actually order up the chutes after I made my thing. Those can just go until I run out. In fact, I'm going to need so many chutes. Just make it from the full 100. Okay, so one more, which means I'll now switch that over so that it doesn't print past that. Which is why I was waiting. No, my oxygen extractor is not running anymore. I dropped it. It was 96 when I switched it off. Or 97. It wasn't particularly high. Either way. Oh yeah. So many deep miners. This is going to be good. I'm going to need a bunch of heavy cable. And other things to set these up properly. I'm not going to go and do anything that requires me moving stuff into the electro printer while this is printing a print that takes a long time to print. Once the deep mine is finished, then I can shuffle materials around, which is what I have to do. But what I can do, since I don't need to babysit that anymore, is put my suit back on, go outside, and look at placing one of these things and seeing how it fits in. Nope, I am not going to make stackers for my production. Not until it moves into its proper production room. There's not enough room for stackers. So stackers will come later. Let's just cover this in so I don't have a lava pit to potentially fall into while I'm building. We can dig out the bit for looks later. Alright, so these probably want to be down here like this. Maybe this way? Which way does the chute come out? Chute comes out that side, yeah. Be that? I guess so. Then I'll be up at this level above, which is where things are silent, so that's good. I think I've got that orientated around the way that I want it to be.
Air tank low.
Yeah, that's a good point. Stackers are also kind of annoying with moving ingots between machines, that's true. Although they can be useful for splitting ingots so that you don't need to move them between machines because you can put a bit of it in one and a bit of it in another. Double-edged sword they are. What do I pick this up with? A wrench.
Air tank critical.
Okay. That's not good. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oxygen low. Hunger caution. Low pressure.
Yeah, I know.
Oxygen critical.
I know.
Pressure critical.
I know.
Cognition low.
Come on, 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 come on.
Temperature critical.
Oh, that was close. Oh, why did I close that again? I don't think I meant to. Ooh. Spicy. That was a spicy meatball. A potato lying around anywhere? Probably, but I'm gonna cook another one anyway. Yep, always cutting it too close. I think is how we say that. That was too close. I was told about something interesting this week though. If you turn your filter in your suit off, you can use your cognition level in the same way that I sometimes use my health level with food and water to extend your initial oxygen supply and dump less oxygen into your waste tank, but your waste tank then gets hotter. I'm not game to try that. But it's interesting to know. I need some steel frames. Then we need some stairs. Don't need these pipes at the moment. Probably don't need to carry my mining backpack at the moment, nor those. So that means I can carry these. Have you ever had issues with environment issues turning off life support? Not sure what you mean, Nighthawk. Let's extend my plants. They're iron framed in my filter room. They are of no import. But getting me some more oxygen will be good. Not that I'm lacking in terms of what I need to breathe, but I need to get to a large excess of oxygen so I can use it for smelting. Eventually. 'Cause I'd like to go combustion furnace this time rather than superheated gas furnace like I did in Venus. Yeah, it does. That's a fair point. Move the plants that I'm going to harvest to the front row and put all the things that I can just leave there growing and producing oxygen at the back with the ferns. Yeah. Not a bad idea. Things flying around in wind, literally turning off the AC. That's not a thing, Nighthawk. Buttons can't be pushed by flying objects. Like... So something else is going on there. Steel sheets. Yeah, the fun part about getting these ferns going is then going to be getting the CO2 out of this network without overheating my room. Again. But at least it's not too hot. Like less than 100 degrees is quite manageable initially. I can not do it in the massive blast that I did the first time, because that was a bit silly. Yes, iron frames are destined for the recycler, as are a bunch of other things. Like all my filters that are lying around here. I'm curious. I presume it's fine, because I should be able to do it with the thing. With the terrain, I kind of want to make my drill room pressurized so that I can wander down there and have a look at things without having to go outside through an airlock. So I'm leaning towards most of this base being pressurized. You need to recycle them, can you just put them in the furnace as iron? I don't know. A lot of things just get destroyed when you put them in the furnace. I don't know. What are you talking about? Hypoxia and heavy machinery not mixing? Oh, I'm sure I've been perfectly safe with all my moments of hypoxia doing things in Stationeers. Nothing has ever gone wrong. Yes, some things seem to count and some things seem to be weird. I don't know which way. Nighthawk, if you've had suit damage, that sounds like a heat problem, which may be frying some cables and causing your things to turn off. Like a fire problem. Okay, so we got 1, 2 for stair, then the next stair starts there, then we have 1, 2, have a landing. And then we need to go down yet another level to get down to the actual ground height. So I go larger landing, then down, and then maybe I do expand this in a different direction to what I was initially planning. I was planning to go into the mountain, but Maybe I go this way, just to be different. With my centrifuges and things. Don't go with my default plan. Change it up. Yeah. Why not? Now I know that the miners need to be on voxel, so we'll see what I have to do around that side of things. So I may need to remove some of these frames. I just want to place them all down so I've got an empty inventory slot without having to go back upstairs. Or throwing something on the ground that might then fall into the lava. Oh, right. No, it's going to be like this anyway. So they're fine. Okay, so if my stairs... Oops. Stand on top of that thing. Oh. Well, I gotta go back inside, so I will make the stairs before I come out this time because I'll have enough inventory space for them. Do the full frame blocks count as more isolation from 2 atmo than the wall blocks? Sort of? They will... walls are just as airtight, but if you have uninsulated pipe on a wall, it will exchange heat between the 2 atmospheres on either side of that wall. Whereas on a frame, it won't. So... yeah. It's not just a straight up yes or no. Just kind of the default for Stationeers. Few things are a straight up yes or no answer. I want to use the standard stairs because I feel like the other ones are more like a fire escape. Can't remember what they're called, the scaffoldy ones. I feel like they look more like a fire escape, and that's not really the vibe I want for most of my stairs. What vibe should stairs have? Well, it depends. Depends. Like these stairs up here that go up to my control room, they feel relatively open, but also you're going through a corridor. Why use stairs, make a lift instead? Daz, you're the one that... you often tell me I get too distracted. Stop suggesting things that are more of a distraction. Why are you like this? That goes down to a little landing. Probably want to put... if the landing's here, I probably want to move everything to the right so that you stand on this landing and you can look down the rows of deep miners. Also, I need to remove these ones. So they need to have, at least on this side, railing. The glowy stone's fine. The glowy stone is just a warning that you're near the death liquid. It's just like a heads up. You might want to be a bit more cautious about how quickly you drill through things. That's the way I view it anyway. Maybe I could make this space down here for more than just the deep miners, so I could use this as the centrifuges too. Put the centrifuges on one side, the miners on the other. So basically a Minecraft, you're nearing magma warning sign. Yeah, kinda. That sort of deal. No. Oh, good. Worried for a second that there was actually lava there, but there was not. Okay, so yeah, I've got to move everything over a bit, but I don't have enough steel frames for that. And now that I'm thinking I might have my centrifuges down here, I might change up how I'm thinking about the arrangement. Because this also feels like I've got enough... Oh, I don't think I do have enough roof height for a silo. I think I'll have to be sideways silos. So maybe I do go back to silos and everything being above this? So what's directly above me right now? Open area that is way too big to be a battery area. Can't place my miners if I don't know where I want to place them. I'm trying to decide that. That's literally what I'm trying to figure out. Because I want to get it right. Because I don't want to mess with chutes and nonsense twice. Yeah, I'm leaning towards above is where the centrifuges will go, which means I need to expand this out this side so that I can put drills on this side. There's something fun, and we've all seen it in a ton of sci-fi TV shows. The idea of staring at something and seeing a long row of stuff going into the distance. And seeing the machinery on both sides of you as you stare down a row of things. It's a cool build style for refineries and space engineers. It's just one of those build styles that just works with a lot of things. So I'm imagining that with deep miners, but I'm probably not going to need that many deep miners to create, that I'll be able to create that effect. Because for just me, maybe 8 deep miners is going to be overkill. Let's see. I put the miners here. The right way around? Yeah. The miner goes there, and then we have the opposing one. Would be... there. Let's have a look. We won't need that many deep miners, but it should... How many did I have on Venus? It was 3, wasn't it? And that wasn't enough. 3 was inadequate.
Hydration critical.
So it'll be there, and the last one over here. The centrifuges weren't my bottleneck. I did add an extra... I definitely had an extra one beyond the initial 2 that I placed. I couldn't remember whether I did 4 off stream or not. But yeah, I think if I aim for 6 deep miners, this room will give the effect that I'm after. So I'm gonna need a bunch more steel frames. And obviously a whole lot of sheets and chutes. And the miners over this side I need to remove so that I can mine this out. Let's go get the steel frames printing. You're running 8 deep miners. Josh, are you selling stuff with that many deep miners? Because I'm probably going to end up selling materials, which is another reason to go big rather than going restrained. Oh yeah, I want to get some running, but I also don't see much value in rushing to get them running before I've got them laid out properly. And I've got 2 in position now, so I could get them started, but I'm trying to be organized. I'm trying to do things in an organized, orderly fashion. Because it's making my base feel nice when I turn up to it. I like this base because I've made things interesting and I've completed steps before instantly moving on to the next one. That's making me happy. So I'm going to continue doing it that way. Even if it's not the most efficient way to do things. Because I don't have any survival pressures anymore. Really. There's no cataclysmic thing coming that's gonna mean that I can't survive. The astronomical winter that's coming, if my plants can't grow particularly quickly, I have enough food that I should be able to survive through that time until spring comes again. So I think it's okay for me to just do it as I'm currently am. I don't think I've got a rush. Like, I am beelining towards these things because I want them. But I want to have the room. Part of the reason I don't want to start setting up one side and not the other right from the outset is that I fear if I do that, I'm going to have to redo the chutes. Whereas if I have them all placed down, I can then have my chute combos and the way that they feed into each other much better organized. Yeah, I know, I'm tempting fate with that comment about I don't have any survival pressures. It's fine. As far as I'm aware, I legit don't think I do have any survival pressures that I haven't comfortably met. Because I've got food, I've got water. I've got oxygen, I've got fuel. So the survival side of things is met. It's just how comfortable can I make it? And how much cool stuff can I build? And can I do that without getting distracted and killing myself by accident? That I don't know the answer to. Well, Corendry, I don't drink coffee, so I don't think of coffee as important. Which I'm sure upsets some of you coffee drinkers out there. I mean, the way that I should have said it, I don't drink bitter dirt water. I'm kind of surprised that there isn't a towel item in Stationeers. It feels like the sort of game that would have had one. No, I don't drink dry leaf water either. I actually don't mind dry leaf water. But I'm becoming increasingly suspicious that my migraines that I had associated with caffeine might actually be associated with something else that is in tea. And wine. The reason I'm suspicious of that is Toby has been making a habit in the past few months of not sleeping well on the night before Wrong Way Out. And I've been very tired. So I've been having an energy drink sometimes. Not often, but sometimes. Which is a substantial dose of caffeine. But I've also not been drinking much. Like, I may have... In the last 6 months, I've probably had like...
Low pressure.
What the...
Oxygen critical. Pressure critical.
Did I open...
Temperature critical.
I think I closed my suit in time. I'm gonna have to check that waste tank before I do the thing. Let's open you up. Close you. Pollutant. Oh, I need to put more iron through. Oh, dang it, I didn't bring my iron with me. I'm legit worried I've got some volatiles and pollutant in my suit. I think I got it closed in time, but I'm not sure. But yeah, I'm becoming increasingly suspicious that it's tannins that might have been triggering my increased frequency of migraines, not caffeine. As I've been barely drinking any wine, and I haven't drunk tea since I thought it was caffeine that was causing my headaches. And I haven't had a migraine since having the occasional V, but it hasn't been long enough yet for me to be confident about that. If I can get through to next summer without having had a migraine, then I'll feel confident that it's tannins, which is a bit weird, but okay. No. Migraines can be triggered by all sorts of unusual things. This. That's what I wanted. My waste tank won't have the badness in it because I haven't filtered to it. The waste tank will only contain CO2 and nitrogen. My suit may well contain the other bits. Which means if I take off my suit, I release pollutant and volatiles into my base. So I need to put the volatiles and pollutant full... does flushing the suit dump it into the waste tank? I wasn't sure how the flush system actually dealt with the extra gases. Does it flush it out, or does it flush it into the waste tank? So if it flushes into the waste tank, then that's perfect. That's exactly what I want to do. Can anyone confirm? Shadow Drake's saying outside, and Danny2222 is saying pretty sure in waste. Go outside into the heat and try it. If it explodes, it's outside. I mean, fine. It's nighttime, so I can at least flush anyway, and then we can see if there's any badness. Can I get... How do I get into my thing now? Do I have to go over? Okay, so we have an empty room. And I flush. Okay, so my thing was fine anyway. I'd managed to close it in time. So now we can check the waste tank and just be sure. And it's safe. Cool. Everything's good. I don't have a way to deal with this gas, so I'm going to go set inward and put it into there. Though I'm not sure that's actually working. Oops, because I had it the wrong way. There we go. Turn that off. Open the door. Well, it flushes to the local environment, so we have confirmed that at least. So that is something. And I need to wrench this up. Pop it down there. The other one. It's always good to confirm these suspicions about stuff like that in the game. Make sure that we have actually got it the correct way around, our understandings. Right or wrong, learning is good. Also, when you're wrong, you learn quicker. Or at least when I'm wrong, I learn quicker. So I don't like being wrong. So it's an incentive to not make the same mistake twice. Alright, let's weld these up. Now, I'm assuming I can put a fully welded frame where these deep miners are, as long as there are voxels in that same cube, and thus create an airtight space because the drill will go through the frame. I'm not sure that's correct, but that's my assumption that I'm working on. Now, need my train gun. Won't leave those down there just in case a storm comes out of nowhere. It shouldn't. We've had one this stream, so I shouldn't get another one, but seems like an expensive thing to risk for that. See ya, Firestrike. As long as being wrong doesn't lead you to dying. True. True, because then you can't fix that mistake. Needed more battery for the welder. And I'm going to pop off my suit and helmet while I take a quick bio break. I will be right back. I'm back. Yeah, I'm glad I can take my suit off because it makes the be right back screen a lot less stressful to put things on and leave the game running. Because I kind of like leaving the game running. Especially once I get these deep miners running. Because then I've got resources coming in. There's reason for me to leave things going. At the moment, it's just the oxygen, I think. Don't really get much other benefit out of it. Oh, I do like that I can walk around my base. It's an inconvenient path to walk, but I can walk it. Even at this stage. Oh yeah, almost certainly need to upgrade my charger. Even just to be the faster one. The better one. Dells, with the time for wrong way out, the time that is currently shown on the YouTube page for it is accurate. That's why I released the time so early this week, because I knew Europe was changing this week. I changed next week. So what I'm going to do is, after each previous episode, after each stream ends, sometime later that day or later that weekend, I will put up the time for the next one. So you can just go to the page that you go to Splitsy, youtube.com/splitsy/live, and it should show there. And that time is accurate. The idea was so that during this time where the time shifts are big, people can be prepped for when things are going to be. Unfortunately, it's coming into the time of year where things are going to be sucky for Europeans because it's going to be really late at night when we stream it. But the time for Wrong Way Out is set because of when I can drop Toby at daycare. There is nothing I can do to make it earlier. It just is what it is, and that's it. I can't, I have no control over that. I would normally be earlier, but I can't be. Which is why, ideally, the Wrong Way series run during Australian summer. But they always run a little bit into our winter season. Yeah, that's true too. I do also use my Twitch schedule to show you when YouTube things should be. Because the Twitch schedule also does your local time.
Waste tank caution.
Okay, so I need terrain below there, which I don't have, so let's... Oh, my drill's out of battery. Nope, I have not written a to-do list, I just remembered it. So I deliberately chose not to write one, and I'll write one at the end of the stream, maybe? Might as well do the welder at the same time. And yes, the to-do list is currently upside down. And on my to-do list is turn to-do list the right way up. Charlie hair in my mouth. That's not pleasant. Yeah, go away, Charlie hairs. Grapes with added dog hair. Delicious. The good thing about all of this stuff is I'm happy to have it outside, but I want to prep it so it can become inside later. Which means making sure that these mines have fully welded frames beneath them. I'm gonna have to pull up the other ones. Okay. So it's not going to let me place it. I need to put more terrain down there. Can I do that without pulling this up? No. Grinder.
Waste tank caution.
Oh, really? Man. Just want to finish this. Let me do this thing. Okay, that should let me place the deep miner now. Do I have enough time? No. Don't risk it. Don't risk it. Just go. What would a Vulcan Balrog look like? I don't know. I reckon the Balrogs would have all been sucked into the black hole by this point. Or at least... Or they're just swimming around in the magma because it's just going everywhere and all the currents are pulling them in weird directions and they're very confused right now. It's probably that. So I think they'd look confused. Huh? Huh. That was weird. Pressure didn't change when I opened it at first. Very weird. Yeah, Phantom Builders, I've got the deep miners at near lava level. They aren't completely built, though. I'm working on them. But we're getting there. We are making meaningful progress. See you, Tex. Do they need to be at lava level? No. No, they can be up near the surface. Oh, what? Oh, there we go. Now it's happy. Weird. Okay, so we got the 4 deep miners placed now, and they are placed correctly, I believe. Let's have a look. Yeah. They're all placed correctly. I have to rip these ones up and finish the patches below them, though. Round, round. There that goes. This one. And now we're happy. So, for the deep miners, how much power do they pull? Just 500 watts. Just. So 500 watts for the deep miner. That means I can have 10 of these on a small transformer. Or the 8 that I'm planning, plus the stackers. But the centrifugals will need to be on a separate circuit.
Hunger critical.
So that should be fine. Centrifuges say their base power usage is just 100 watts, so that's not a huge amount. So the deep miners are actually the power sink. But I was mainly wanting to check how much heavy cable I was going to need for here. So let's look at chutes. Actually, I should probably go and get the sheets to weld these things up. So I should be able to just have 2 small circuits running the power for my planned centrifuges and planned deep miners. Because for for 8 deep miners. I think you guys said it was... Oh, I can't remember now. I remember it being a big point of contention as to how many centrifuges per. Thanks, Broke. Thank you for the Prime sub. For, 42 months. It's a little over 2. Okay, so if I go with 20 centrifuges, that's still only a single small transformer. Yep, a terrible modder. I will be showing the KSE town hall thing in a little under an hour. Oh yeah, true, Daz. I want more centrifuges than is correct, because maybe I'd be mining space ore or something like that. Or anything I recycled. Okay. So, was coming up here to get more steel sheets. Yeah, if I plan for 20 centrifuges, ultimately, I think I'll be okay. Has there been any blammo today? No. I did almost kill myself, though. So there's that. Deep miner. 12 steel sheets each, so that's 48 steel sheets I need. I need some cable coil, and then I need electronic parts. So electronic parts need what? Iron, gold, and copper. Copper in, where's the gold? Got iron. Take that. I need to harvest a potato. Are you harvestable? Yes. How many potatoes do I need for food? I really don't need many. I'll put that one there. Any of these going fern seeds yet? One of them is. There it is. Plant and fill in the gap. And plant. Okay, we got enough. I'll do one more. I'm gonna need more for other stuff anyway. I don't need to bring that with me, so that's enough for the things to get welded up. I then can get the gold out of here. Is gold in there? No? Oh. Am I out of gold? I might be out of gold. Oh no, I got a little bit here. But that's not going to be enough, because I need 4 per and I need 12, which means I need another bit more. Can I move that in any other way? Yes. Okay, so I don't have any gold in this backpack either. I'm just going to go smelt what I've got. I don't want to go mining. Doo-doo-doo. No, it's not getting hot enough. That's really annoying. What temperature do I need for gold? 600 Kelvin. I gotta wait till daytime. So annoying. So very annoying. At least it's morning already. Do you guys have put it in the arc furnace? Yeah, I could. It's gonna get hot enough out here for me to not use that power for that though, so I'll just leave it.
Hydration critical.
Because it'll be 327 degrees very shortly. $205, $210, $220. No, the arc furnace and furnaces do not take anything that's locked down, that's built, does not take damage from storms. You need to provide a source of ignition for things to ignite and burn. No. What do I need an advanced furnace for? At this point, there's not actually anything I need it for. So, it surprisingly is not time for one. I don't even need the advanced furnace for solar panels because I don't need the fancy solar panels. I just need regular ones because I've got a vacuum space for it. I legit can't think of a thing I needed the advanced furnace for at the moment unless I want to try and get my suit. But arguably I'd get more value out of going for the larger trader instead. Oh, you're talking about... Sorry, Daz. Yeah, you're talking about the other thing. Yes. Sorry. Solar panels take damage from storms, but everything else that's built down does not. That's absolutely correct. Yes. Okay, I've got the 16 then. I got that. I've got cables. Let's go build the things. I'll start placing some chutes and getting a feel for where I need them organized.
Power low.
Do. The water will be okay. I've got a health bar for that. Nuki World, I saw Wasted playing the game Half Sword. I don't think you'll see me playing it. Like, it looks like it's kind of fun. But I think I'd get bored of it quite quickly. that. Like, the mechanics of it look kind of funny and fun. For those unaware, Half Sword is a physics-based medieval combat game. And yeah, I think it's the sort of thing for me, maybe fun for half an hour, and then I'd be like, nah. I'm done.
Waste tank caution.
I've got other things I prefer to do. Which isn't to say it's a bad game, it's just I don't think it's for me. Alright, so, thinking about where the centrifuges will go, and where these chutes should go. If I'm going to expand further in this direction, I should not have anything going up at this end of the build. It should all go up at this end. I kind of don't want to have the chutes going too up and over, but maybe I could go up against the roof. Would it look okay? Maybe. Maybe I won't need a silo if I put a stacker by each one of these. So that all of these chutes are full of 50 ore things. Let's go make a stacker so that I can better orient the things. I think that I did a very good job of making my centrifuge and sorting array on Venus very compact. I reckon I did a surprisingly good job of that. And I don't normally give myself credit for organizational stuff, but I think I did that well. It was super compact, and it was really functional. Now... Why was I coming up here? I wanted a stacker. Where's the stacker made? Autolathe from iron and copper. This has iron, does not have copper. I have copper on the floor here. Make 2 of these. Right, that will do. I don't need the others 2. I just need to, basically, my way of approaching building these things is being aware that I'm terrible at remembering the spatial orientation of these blocks. So if I have them all to place, I can then get something that hopefully looks interesting and is functional. I don't really want this, and this is why I wanted to bring this down, because if I have a stacker arranged like that, the chute is actually going to come up in the walkway area, which is bad. So what I probably want to do is have the stacker coming out the front like this.
Air tank low.
Oh man. I think the silo might be overkill for the ore to the centrifuges. I think it might be overkill for that. Because I think I'm going to have enough chutes in there that are going to have a huge amount of storage anyway. I had originally thought I was going to merge the outputs and use one stacker, but if I use 4 stackers, all of the chutes store 50 ore. And so I end up with, you know, probably 100 plus storage of ore. Which is... it's got to be adequate for my particular use case. Oh, do I put a window in here so I can see if it's backed up? Yeah. Oh, stack to 100, whatever it is. 150, whatever. Same diff. Yeah, like, how does this look from up the top? Oh yeah, I think that'll look alright. Having each of them have their little stack that comes up. Should still be able to see that the drills are spinning. Mainly I want to be able to see that these parts are moving from standing up here. I don't want to hide those. That's the sort of thing I'm thinking. I'm gonna need so many chutes. But there's part of me that wants to do this differently again. And then I'm happy with this. How silly would it look if I do this even more complicated? And move it back before going up. Because then I could merge these lines behind. Let's change this stack and see what I can do with it. So I'm thinking I might be able to do this. Actually, we'll face it the way that's going to be easier to use. So I can see the controls. So something like this could work. Or if it lets me place this there, make it even tidier. Is there a reason I want to store unprocessed dirty ore? Just in case I end up getting it misbalanced with the number of centrifuges. So if I don't have enough centrifuges, at least I've got the miners working for a long time before that becomes a problem. So if I put a junction here, I can then have a junction at each point. Oops, don't want a window. We can merge them at the back line, and then for this point, when it gets back to here, I can then go up to the roof, over, join them in the middle, and then feed them upstairs to the centrifuges. Yeah, I think that's the neatest way for me. But yeah, my general approach to anything that's a slow process in a game, where you might end up misbalancing two elements, is if you have high capacity for storage between each of those elements, you have this buffer that allows you to mess up that balance for a long time before it becomes a problem, but also to enable you to store a whole bunch of stuff sooner. So that when you do eventually fix it, you've got a backlog, and a backlog is a good thing. And that's set up. I need to smelt some more iron. So I'm going to need more chutes. Yeah, you can mess it up for a long time before you notice it, and it's not a big deal. Because that time hasn't been completely wasted, because your things are still producing in that time. Do I have more iron? No, I do not. Alright. So we'll place these chutes down that I've got, and then I'm going to have to do some mining. If you have a big buffer, when you mess up, it takes you ages, and when you notice it's worse. Well, is it though? Because you've been able to build a whole lot of stuff because of that buffer. So is it actually worse? Or is it just you feel like it's worse because you've built more in that interim time? I reckon it only feels worse. I don't think it actually is worse. I'm sure mathematically there are situations where it could be both, or either. Oh. Right. Forgot that I'd moved this in one block. Which I should probably change.
Hunger, caution.
I should not have done that. I should have had this just go straight up, then junction. So we don't run into the deep miner. Try and avoid using windows because they're expensive. Now it should be good. One of the nice things for me about building this in an unpressurized space to begin with plans to pressurize it later, don't have to worry about my jetpack. I know my jetpack is technically inside safe because it's filled with safe gas, but still. Makes me feel safer. Alright, so we've got to there. If I'm going to bring this up the top, I might just bring it straight over my head. And take it up there. Using the stairwell as my easier access. Yeah, I'll do that. If the miners are overproducing, you want them to shut down? Well, only if you don't have enough power to run them. Because while the dirty ores don't have a purpose beyond being centrifuged, if I end up getting to a point where I've got a deep miner running, it's filling up with all these ores, my centrifuges haven't caught up yet, but I'm in the process of building more of them because I will usually have an excess. My intent is to have an excess of centrifuges, but it just means that that excess, once it's built, gets to function at full capacity before it becomes excess capacity. So I eventually get those processed anyway, which is good. Oh, these are all ones. That's really not a lot of shoots. Alright, grab the mining backpack and let's go out and mine some things. So I need tons of iron. Okay, I'll go over this way. Do I need gold? Because I don't need that much heavy cable, really. Like, I need some, sure, but I don't think I need that much. Obviously, if I see it, I'll get it, because I don't have any in my mining belt, but I'm not sure I actually am in dire need of gold. Speaking of, I'm going to move the cobalt over because it doesn't need to sit there. No, Takari, remember, my batteries are right near where my centrifuges are. And I'm going to be doing the rest of the cabling with light cables, so I really don't need much gold. Right now. At all. Founder Builders, I did the no ices thing here on Vulcan. I also did it on Venus, and it was fun. I don't feel the need to do it again. I don't like Mimas because it's dark. Though I haven't actually played on Mimas, I have to have a proper look at it. But I'm not terribly excited by the prospect of something that's set far from the sun and is thus dark as a streamable game option. I stayed away from Vulcan as long as I did because the ground is so dark. It's a bit of iron. Yeah, I have to be conscious of things like encoders, and they don't like dark. Lots of dark is bad. Yeah, but Founder Builders, remember, Venus, I couldn't just filter atmosphere. I to get my volatiles that I used for my rockets, I had to do all of that nonsense that I did. I've done that before. It was fun. But I don't feel the need to do it again soon. Forces you to probably... No. Stationeers forces you to probably light your base up anyway. I don't think that's unique to any particular place. But I dislike
Critical. Temperature high. Temperature critical. Temperature high. Critical.
Oops. I dislike the moon because it's grey and uninteresting. Right, let's go up. So I need more iron still. I've got enough for a thing of steel, but I'm not actually making steel. I'm just stacking it in the thing in that way. But I'm gonna need a heap of iron. I need so many chutes. 3 per... So 100 give me 30. I probably want about 200 grams of iron. Just as iron. Yeah, and the other thing is, at the moment, I'm not thinking about starting a new playthrough. I'm thinking of playing... I'm hoping I can play this one right the way through till the terrain update comes out. And then we can say an explosive goodbye to this one and start something fresh when the terrain update drops. Because I plan on starting completely fresh with the terrain update as soon as it comes out properly. I think we've got a bit of time before that happens, but yeah, that's my plan. Nope, jetpack. There. It's getting a bit stressful for a second there. It's funny. I sold off all of the ores that I'd collected that I'm recollecting again. This is why I want these deep miners done.
Jetpack low.
I'm glad I'm actually getting close to it though.
Jetpack low.
Feels good. Made big progress last week. This week I feel like my progress has been a little bit slower. But I have made meaningful progress. I've gotten the Constantan and all the other stuff that I needed to make this work, so I feel like that's good. If the...
Waste tank caution.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go, I gotta go. Run, 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 run.
Power low.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Okay, good. That worked. Alright, so, plans around... I'm not sure what you mean, Daz, by a happier conclusion for this series. This series' happy conclusion is, yay! I get to play the terrain update and I built something cool in the interim. 1 second, just gotta close the door because Charlie came in. Thanks, Dust Puppy. Thank you for the Prime sub. No, Daz, if the terrain update comes out, I'm gonna want to play it. Like, I think that's just the reality of it. I'm gonna want to play it if the terrain updates come out. I don't think I'm gonna want to load up a different save and play it when I know the terrain update is there. I just don't think that's gonna be a thing. I think as soon as I know it's there, I'm gonna want to play with it, and I'm gonna play with it. And I just can't see myself being different about that. No matter how close I am on this, to any particular goal or idea, I'm just having fun playing on this, and I think part of some of the fun that I'm having with this is just knowing that at some point I get to play something even better. And I'm still learning stuff. I'm still having, like, it's still fun playing this, even if I know it's eventually going to come to an end. I should be able to fill this with some volatiles, shove the gold through, and maybe then smelt some iron in it. Maybe. See if we can get this hot enough to put a whole lot of iron through. May have to smelt some of the silver, I think. Though the arc furnace does seem to be almost keeping up, so maybe I'll just leave it. I can hear Toby just outside my shed door, imitating a garbage truck going beep, 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 beep. Funny little monster. 50 shoots. Is 50 shoots going to be enough for a little while? Probably. Should be able to get me upstairs at least, and have all 4 of the deep miners connected. And then get power to them. And then start them going while I prep for centrifuges. No, he's not trying to get Charlie to chase him. He knows not to do that. He is definitely smart enough to know not to do that. Okay, so the other thing I wanted was probably, I do need a few more heavy cable. 14 is not going to be enough, so let's make some of that.
Filter low.
There. Don't need to keep my steel frames on me for the moment. Probably don't need my dirt gun. Then shoots, all of the shoots. Demonworks, I think you're being a little, I I think you're way overestimating the value in Stationeers of its random maps by saying that static maps just don't do much for you. The maps in Stationeers are so bland that they may as well be static. Because there's no reason to go anywhere. So changing to static doesn't matter. It's not taking anything away, it's only adding. And I completely agree with the devs on that take. Because when that topic's come up in the Discord and they've responded to it, that's what they've said. No, Takari, no. Random generated maps that are interesting give you places to find to settle down. Stationeers random gen maps are not interesting. At all. There's nothing interesting to them. And I'm not saying that to be mean about them. The devs themselves have acknowledged they're not interesting. So having fixed maps that are interesting adds something without taking anything away. Yeah, featureless hilly terrain forever. Well, until you hit performance problems and it all just dies. Horribly. No, Demonworks, there's no, I'm not talking about a map giving me a reason to explore. I'm just talking about a map being interesting. The current maps are not interesting. A static map is more interesting, no matter how small it is, than our current maps. There is nothing interesting in the current maps, so there is no reason for them to be infinite. Because there is nothing interesting. It is infinite nothingness, which is not interesting. There's no disconnect, it's just not interesting. You literally just said that you were interested in the infinite. You wanted randomly generated big maps. You said that the bad thing about the fixed maps is that they're small. That was the way you phrased your comment. You said static maps just don't do much for you. They're not, like, the current maps are effectively static. Because there's no meaningful difference between any of them. They may as well be static. There's no interest to them. I think it's pure nonsense to say that a static map is bad compared to what we've got. It's just not. Yeah, static map with random spawn, which I believe is what they're intending to do. That we will spawn somewhere in that space so that it does feel different each time you start, because you'll start in a slightly different area. An 8x8 kilometer map's big. That's a big map. For Stationeers especially. But I think it's completely disingenuous to suggest that what we have now is more than a static map. Because it's just not. Where do I need the cable to run? I need to run 2 small blocks in front. 1, 2, there. Which means that needs to go a curve. Okay. We are set for transformer to go there. And then I run my cables down. I can plug in the sorter, the stackers, and the mines. I don't need data connections for them, so I'm not worried about that. I've got enough chutes. Let's build the chutes going up and over. Now for junction. Why do we only have one type of junction? I would love to have an alternate junction. Well, the sort of junction I want is a T where the two come in from the sides and then come out like this. Rather than it always being 2 feeds like that going out. Just for neatness. Has my drill been on that whole time? I hope not. I think it might have been. So I just automatically pulled it out and turned it on and it turned off. Oh no, it's blocked at this end. No! Okay. Let's do this differently then. Ah! Yep! I can't figure out which way to rotate this. Please rotate the way I want you to rotate. Please. Yes! There we go. There we go. Now this can neatly go over here and go past the miner. This out so I can build the bit back like I did on the other side. And I'm happy. And at least I'm getting some iron, I guess. I might want to go get those frames. Just don't really want to be flying over this all that time, but maybe it's okay because there isn't much lava down here actually. Thought there was more. So, for these ones,
Waste tank caution.
we'll have these going this way. I think I had to go straight, yeah. Did I go with this? Yes. Straight, then corner.
Power critical.
Oh, power critical. I guess I'm going back. Does it get hotter and closer to the lava you get then? No. No, it just instantly gets deathly hot the moment you contact the lava. And then come over here. And yeah, I really don't need a silo. The chutes provide more than enough storage.
Jetpack low.
Well, that's not good. Alright, we have them combined. They're all connected. No. No, they are not. 3 of the 4 are connected. So I need still a lot more chutes. Dang. So many. Yeah, agreed. Silo would be stupid overkill here. It may well even be the case that there's no point in, depending on how I do my centrifuges, I may well end up with enough storage there between the actual sorter. So it may just be I end up with just siloed sorted ores this time around. Let's go pop through some iron while I can, and then I'll sort out my suit. And iron. In we go.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah. Waste tank caution, I know. I'm dealing with it. I can't see I can't see an advantage for me in using a vending machine versus a silo for the way I'm intending to set it up. Because the vending machine has the interface so that you can have stuff pop out. But if everything's sorted into correct ores anyway, a stacker can achieve the same task in a much smaller bundle. Or one of those, the outputs, whatever output it was I used on Venus. I can't remember what I actually used. Yeah, I don't see any benefit to a vending machine.
Jetpack critical.
They're just chunky. Overflow chute in auto furnace? No. Because I've not had success with setting up the auto furnace. It has not gone well for me. I don't know that I'm keen to mess with that again. Soon. Cook me food. Thanks, Fluorescent Ninja. Thank you for 27 months. Oh yes, I need to make the stackers. I need to actually make the things I came in here to make. But I was smelting the iron I needed for it. Should be over here now. More chutes. Stacker. Needs more copper. Copper is in here. Then I'm going to need a whole bunch of regular cable. Once I get these two done. Yeah, making a pill's probably not a bad idea. Smelting some more copper is probably not a bad idea. How hot is it outside? Oh, it's getting cooler. Alright, suit back on. Let's go outside and set some copper to be smelted. I think I prefer the look of a row of stackers than a row of vending machines. Vending machines, they're just so chunky. But I can see why some people might prefer it. It does look more tidy in some ways. Oh, I need more heavy cable too, I haven't... Oh no, wait, that's extra bit that I need to cut out. I'm just going to put that there for the moment. And chop this out. There we go. Obliterax, you can't really make a biodome, at least beyond a certain size, and also because you don't have angled pieces, it would be more of a biocube. Once you get above a certain size, the game no longer considers a room to be a room, and the room becomes world and thus is not a biodome anymore. Unfortunately. So, yeah. Unfortunately, it's not a thing you can actually do. As I mentioned at the start of the stream, shortly, we'll be seeing what Rocketworks have to reveal about their upcoming Kitten Space Agency game, which is Kerbal Space Program, but hopefully not by developers that get sold off and closed down. Hopefully. Copper. Come on, copper. Come through. I want to make cables. Lots and lots of cables. Yeah, an indoor pool or hot tub is on my list of things to build. Exactly. But that can be done. You don't need a gigantic room for that. Oh, I already have heaps. Oh, no, I don't. Well, one of those might have been a stack of 50, but no. It is not. Centrifuges. They're made here, aren't they? Yeah. So I need a bunch of iron for that, and I need more copper for that too. So I really need to remember to smelt some copper in the next daylight. Because it is slow in the arc furnace. Can the character drown in the pool if you aren't careful? I don't know. I presume so? If you're standing in an atmosphere that is liquid water, I'm pretty sure you drown. I imagine they didn't really have to add that as a thing, because it's just the atmosphere that your character is in is not breathable, therefore die. Because I think it's the way I presume it works. You can also get crushed if you're deep enough in the pool due to pressure. Really? Fascinating. I wasn't expecting pressure to be a thing. Aha, copper. Let's go outside and put some iron in. Nope, put more copper in because I need the copper for the cables that I forgot to make. Yeah, I presume the water liquid in the world space, I presume, was done to enable cooling pools for nuclear reactors. Oh dear, Gems. Does Stationeers really need a fishing game? I mean, the fact that you'd have to bring your own... You'd have to buy your own fish from traders, and they could have them come in a tiny little baggie with water. Or you buy fish eggs, and you place them. I don't think I'd hate that, actually. I'm not one of these people that thinks that every survival game should have a fishing element. In so many of them, it's done terribly and is a detriment to the game as a whole, but... I can see it being a thing to give people a goal to have a pressurized space with a pool of liquid water in it. Or a fish tank. In a similarly pressurized space. As a longer-term goal for people to shoot for. Then you can batter them and make fish and chips. We can already make chips, so yeah. Yep. Fair play. Then we need liquid oil. A deep fry. But yeah. If I just... Stationeers Act 2. Begin now. And the copper just popped out. Excellent. Let's get some cables printed. I'm sure, Zoran, that with time skipping for KSA, you could quite easily, if you've got a system where it's global, having a vote system, if that's what people want, would be cannot be difficult to implement on top of whatever they set up. Whether it's just one person has control or whether it's a voting control, I doubt it matters. Yeah, I think the KSA stuff looks pretty cool so far. I am very much more hopeful for it than I was 2 weeks into KSP 2. So, we'll see. We'll see what they do. I might just leave that going. Let's go get some of these cables down. See if I can start getting these miners running. No. Takari, I doubt they will have multiplayer in the game from the outset. As long as their plans include it from the outset, it doesn't matter. But I doubt they will have it, because you're just opening up so many more cans of worms by doing that. I was coming back in here because I want to make, before that runs out, a transformer. And I need some iron. So I'll go back outside. Hi all, what's with the new space suit / helmet? Ah, the Icarus suit has slightly better thermal properties than the vanilla suit. So I figured I'd put the Icarus suit on. It's cheap to make and gives me slightly better thermal properties, so win. If there's multiplayer available in a KSP style game, Capac and I will definitely play it together. How we decide to play it will depend on how it actually plays out. How difficult it is to set up functional rockets, all those sorts of things. If it's quite difficult to set up functional rockets, don't know. If it's quite easy, we could potentially fly each other's, as we tried to do, but I think more what we would try and do is have one of us be the pilot and designer of a rocket with a fixed payload size, and then the other person designs the payload and is the pilot of the payload. So we have those roles separated, but you drop the payload off. And also trying to do complex launches like launching a rocket from a plane. One person flies the plane, one person flies the rocket. Things that actually benefit from multiplayer and cooperative play. So we can go back and land the original plane, or, you know, landing the booster section of the rocket, that sort of stuff. So it's those kinds of things that I've always thought would work well for the two of us, the way we like to play games and within the framework that KSP is. That's my thoughts. I need a frame. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. I might need one for here too. Oh no, I can get that in there. Well, I'm down here with cables now anyway, I might as well do that bit too. This is great. I'm gonna have ore coming in soon. Sure, it'll be a little while before it actually kicks in, but I should actually have my deep miners done by the end of this stream. Which I think is amazing. Why don't I go left instead of right? Habit? That's the entire reason. And are you asking, seriously, Nuki World, are you asking me about why I make a nonsense decision with regards to sense of direction? Did you forget who you were asking? Okay, everything is plugged in. Good, good. So I need to get steel frames. Oh, there's a hole there. That's possibly part of the reason to not walk that way. I'm not an ambi-turner. Yes. Steel frames, steel sheets, need more steel sheets. Steel is in there. True, I do have a terrain tool. I could fill it in rather than patching it with steel frames. That is valid. That is absolutely valid. make the rest of the cable. It's only another 22. I will be right back. I need to take a quick bio break. Just a minute. Alright, I'm back. Let's stop those. That's enough. Wally, I put ads on whenever I go on a break. I don't run ads at other times. Because if I run ads at least some of the time, Twitch bothers to let people know that I'm streaming. If I don't run ads at all, they seem to not bother at all to show people that I'm streaming, which kind of sucks.
Air tank low.
But it means that the ads are not going to make you miss any content at any point in time, because I don't run it when it would. And if you're in Romania, there might be no ads because no advertisers want to pay for Twitch to advertise to you in Romania. Because if there are no advertisers, there are no ads. So consider yourself quite lucky. I think is the way you should take that.
Power low.
Alright, that'll do for now. Let's have a drink. So my water's a little low. And yeah, if you're subbed or if someone's hit you with a sub bomb or if you're a Prime sub, you will not get ads. Because that's an option that you can set in Twitch. And frankly, if you're someone who makes your subscribers watch ads, not cool. That's not cool. especially with the terrible rate of return on Twitch ads. Those ones I needed to place, and then I need to place these ones over here. And I kind of wanted to put some more out here. Because the room's going to be at least that big. That's good. Yeah, ads are universally terrible for platforms like this because the big advertisers that make decent ads go for bigger platforms. They don't bother with it. Which I'm not sure is based on research they've done that says that it's not worth their time. Or if it's just based on those big advertisers just move slowly and don't change with the times. Don't know which of those is true. Could be both. Some might have done research, some might not. And like big advertisers, I'm talking like Coca-Cola, that sort of thing. Yeah, it probably is both. Yeah, my goal today was definitely to get this set up, and it looks like I'm actually going to meet my goal, which is a delightful change. If I can get the miners pushing ore into the centrifuges in one, effectively starting from not having them to having them do that in a single stream, that's pretty good, especially since I'm not setting them up in a way that I'm immediately going to regret. I may regret this later, but at least I shouldn't immediately regret it. Your break animations are amazing. I'm really happy with my capax. My floating dead capax in weird gravitational fields. Yeah, Bandolier, that's got to be part of it as well, that you're going to get worse advertisers on less regulated platforms. And because they can't advertise on the more regulated platforms, they're willing to put the money in to outbid ones that would otherwise potentially fill those slots. Yeah, I can see that as 100% being a thing. Okay, let's set up my stackers. Let's actually plug in the cable to them. Forgot to do that, critical step. And then the mines can turn on. Hooray! Coronhorn, I feel like it would be highly hypocritical of me to say that I hate ads. I hate watching ads. I don't hate ads. They kind of mostly pay my bills. Not Twitch's ones, YouTube's one. No, Twitch's ones do not. And ads allow us to have things that would be impossible without them, so... They're not all bad. It's just, they're all bad. Bandolier can confirm, Australian ads, cringe. The few times I walk in and my partner's watching some sporting event or another, and the ads show up, Much cringe. Cool. So that's going to start spitting out stuff if I don't get a centrifuge up and running quickly. So... I was going to put support under that because I thought it would look interesting. So we're going to do that. Then... maybe I do a single row of centrifuges. So they just overflow one into the next, because that'll be simpler than having two. And that should make it easier to build a bit. So I'm going to go grab the other ones I made. Now the nicest thing about elections here is that there is limited amount of money they're allowed to spend on it, and they're only allowed to advertise for a certain amount of time. So we don't have to deal with ads for years on end. That's the nice thing. Because we have a federal election coming up. Which means I think in May I have to go and line up and vote. Because for those unaware, in Australia you have to vote. It is not a choice. I might go this way with them. So I think I should be able to make a simpler setup if I do that. 3rd of May? I couldn't remember which day of May it was. Oh. I need a battery. Yeah. I will steer clear of the political topics. I don't really feel like I want my gaming time spoiled by them. I don't know that there are any valid excuses for not voting beyond being physically incapable of doing so because you're in a hospital or something. But the election people actually come into the hospitals to help people in hospital be able to vote. When I worked at the hospital and I'd be working on election day, I would vote either by post beforehand or I'd vote with that. Shoot. Flip flop splitter? No. I want overflow, yeah. So if I use overflow, how's that gonna work? Main. That goes out. Yeah, so it'll work neatly with these ones, because I can just put an overflow like that, and an overflow like that, and that'll feed around to the next one in sequence. For the first one, though, I think I just put it there, and then I bring this back across. There we go. Then I might just, for the sake of simplicity, I'm not likely to turn this on and off, go with my transformer on the wall here. Which I may flip the other way around now that I've realized where this cable went. Am I sure that's right? With the overflow things? Yes. I want the first one to fill before overflow goes around into the second... Oh, wait, I need to move that. You're right. That needs to be a junction. Yeah, you're right. Never mind. Am I sure that's right? Yes. No. Yeah. This is why I check when you guys ask me those questions. Even when I feel confident. So... That's gonna overflow there. And the output goes somewhere else. Do I want these one more block apart to make it easier? So I kind of feel like the overflow going that way is really quite neat. Because otherwise I'm going to start at the other end to try and do this. To try and make it neat. So otherwise I got to do corners for everything, and this would make it allow me to have a nice tidy.
Waste tank caution.
Uh-oh. I think the one time I got fined for not voting here was $65. The reason I didn't vote? I just moved to a new area and I had no idea that they were having a local election on. I just didn't know. And so I just went about my day, went to work, and then got this fine in the mail and was like, what? What did I not vote for? And then figured it out later. It's like, oh, that was a local election. Yes, those are a thing. Yeah, it might have been a valid reason if I'd realized, but I just paid the fine because I was like, oh, whoops. Maybe arrange the chutes so the input and output are on the same side. One line of input shoots, one line of output. I'm trying to think what that would do, Daz, and what... I'll have a look. I'll have a look at what I've done. I think I'd like to space them out one more block so I can have it nice and neat and tidy, and I think I'll be happy with that degree of tidiness. Did I miss a question earlier? Started playing this game, I'm still really confused by which tools for building and deconstructing. Yeah, Mowgli, it is a difficult thing. The way I figure out what tool I need to do something is I put a tool in my hand and I stare at the thing, and it gives you a tooltip, and then I get the correct tool. I've played... how many hours of Stationeers? Almost 700. Actually, it will be 700 because I haven't... it won't update while you're currently playing. I played 700 hours of Stationeers, I still don't know. I remember some of them, but most of them I don't remember. So... sadly, it's just one of those things. It'd be nice if they had a shortcut key where you could stare at a thing and you could, instead of having to get a tool out, you could just have the highlight pop up, what tool do I need for construction? What tool do I need for deconstruction? Kind of like how some Minecraft mods do, this is a mod, this block is from this mod, this block is from this mod. That sort of thing would be quite useful here, I think. Yeah, Teamworks. There's just enough consistency to make that you can make an educated desk, and enough randomness that it's easier just to grab a tool and check. Hard agree with that. Or at least that's the excuse I'm gonna run with. Ding. Oh yeah, it is getting hot enough to do some smelting outside. Cool. They're up to day 60 now. So yeah, I'm gonna have to keep an eye on my plants to make sure they're not getting stressed. I should have everything I need on me. Just make sure I did close that. At a moment of self-doubt. Keep getting flashbacks to the hot potato. That was pretty funny. That was pretty funny. So, I think... Yeah. I think I've just got to move these one more block apart. So, speaking of not knowing the tool, grinder. And hand drill for the next stage. And then crowbar for the last stage. So I want them 1, 2, 3 apart. 1, 2, 3 apart. I think what this means is I will end up making 2 rows of centrifuges, because having 1 row is going to get very long very quickly. Yeah! No! My ore! Can dirty ore go in there? No. No. Arrgh! Let me connect you two things. That's what I needed? Yeah. Then overflow going... like that. So that comes back out, and then we go to the next one. And then from this side, it looks really neat. Now these do need to be connected up to their data ports because I will need to run my script, which I may have to load up the other save to go and collect. The script that does the automatic emptying of the centrifuges. Because I really don't want to have to write that one again. Not just yet. It worked well enough. Wouldn't it be neater to fill last first, then overflow back? It would be more compact. Yes. Not super worried about compact. I am annoyed that I can't get this cable to place where I want it. My, the save where I set that up was on Venus. My Venusian save was the one. Oh, nuts. Can I even get around there without jetpack being able to be used? Maybe if I jump. Huh. There we go. Plugged in. If I overflowed backwards, there would be a lot more just sitting in chutes. True. That as well. This does have the quite nice benefit of it goes directly into the first one. So there's the least amount sitting in storage possible, and then overflows directly to the next one, and then overflows directly to the last one. But it will then stack up at the last one until the first one can accept any more. And so the last one's going to have a full stack before the next one gets any stacking. So it's not ideal. Are the conveyors all connected? No. But turning on the first one is fine, because that means I don't have stuff that'll go on the ground, because it'll be able to accept the next few bundles. At least. And that one can turn on, and now I just need a few chutes, and this one's already gotten one of the other bits of ore. And the others are almost certainly down in the lava, so gone. And the batteries are not ideal. But I think I'm fine on power. I think it's just awkward during the storm, because the storm, the things don't want to run properly. Once the storm's over, it'll be good. The lava in the cave walls is just there, I think, to give you an idea of where the problem is. You're getting very close to the lava. The lava itself has function, as it kills you, but the lava on the walls, I think, is there just to highlight that there is something bad there. And you're getting close to it, and so you should be careful. I don't have any iron. I've only got 27. Nope, doesn't produce heat. It doesn't radiate at all. It's free lighting is what it is. Yeah, it is that. It is absolutely that. So at least once I've got... Yeah, sorter system is the next thing. But I can do a large sorter. I don't need to have the compact sorter that I used on Venus. And I want to have I'll have a silo before the sorter, just in case the sorters end up getting backed up. I think that's where I probably want my first silo. It's pre-sorting. I don't have a power situation. There's nothing bad going on with my power. My power is pretty good. I don't have enough oxidizer being generated, I believe. Others may disagree. But I don't believe I've got enough oxidizer being produced. for me to justify burning fuel in a gas fuel generator or something like that. The other thing is I'll be able to use solid fuel generators soon because the centrifuges will start putting out coal. Actually, I'm just going to put a straight one on there for now because I think that makes more sense. And now I need an inlet. Then... No, don't fall. Remove that. And we have a junction. And now I can put all the... Now if I have any extra bits like this, I can put them in the system. Because I'm going to make more messes later when I have other bits that I disconnect to attach more centrifuges. Now for these, I think I'm going to have them go up, not forward. Oh, that's what I could do. Instead of going for 2 rows side by side, I could go down and then double back and have the next ones stuck on top. Emery, that is incredibly vague. I have no idea what you're actually asking. I do a lot of series. I have no idea which one you're talking about. I am going to run back. I need to not go too high. I built this 2 blocks high, this room. Which would be nice for the silos and things, so... Oh, wait. Oh, I can cheat the support. That's fine. Just put that there for now. So those are running. We'll start getting some iron and stuff out of them a little bit. I need to make a whole bunch of sorters.
Power low.
So sort. Sorter is part of kit sorter. Okay. I need to go mine some iron. Which is feeling like a big chunk of what I've done today is mine iron. Because I've just needed so much. Wrong way out. I don't have a strong feeling of how long it's going to last, but... yeah, I don't have a strong feeling on it. I'm not sure. I thought it was going to be shorter than it has been. I'll put it that way. But it has been fun, so... yeah. I didn't think it was going to reach quite this long, but I've got ideas for where it's going. I just don't know how long it's going to take for those ideas to actually play out, because we keep spending like 2 weeks at a beach spot and things like this that I had no anticipation of beforehand, and just roll with. It is what it is. If we're having fun, we keep going. But hopefully, what I always try and achieve with these things is that we wrap up before we stop having fun. You don't want to be still playing when you're no longer having fun. And you're just playing because you need to finish the thing. Because leaving it unfinished sucks. I don't like to have too many unfinished things. eat at me. They gnaw at my soul. And I know what people are writing in chat and I don't even have to look. Someone is going to be mentioning Survival Impossible. And or Light Echoes. So that's at least 100 iron. So I'm wanting more centrifuges because I'd like to get 6 of them put down, which means I need a whole lot of tubing. But I also need to get I also want to get the sorters done because I don't want to do what I did on my last Vulcan run where I just tipped the thing out on the ground. That wasn't fun. That was kind of annoying having to sort it after the fact, especially given that I'm in an open air space this time. Yep, you guys actually did behave. I managed to say it before anyone else did. So, well done. Credit where credit's due. Chat was well behaved then. Yeah, maybe I just leave it at the 3 centrifuges for now, because building more of them means more power consumption that I then am going to need to up my power sorting, my power situation before I can really handle that. And instead focus on the sorting system first. Because if I get the sorting system set up, then I've got coal coming in, and I've got an alternative backup power source if I need it. I think that makes sense. Plus it means I can get a fully working system before I make the system work maximally efficiently, which I like. As long as I leave enough room for all the other stuff, should be good. Corin, which one's Star Rupture? Is that the one that's got building set up that's similar-ish to... It's like 2D top-down? Really old game, it's been developed for ages. Is that the one that you're talking about? See, it does. Have a good one. Roll the stack is set to 50. I think so. I think I went around and did that before I turned the drills on. Oh, how much more? How much more mining? Not much more because I'm onto my safety tank. Oh, there's a bit more iron up here. Cool. Let's get that. This is where the glasses would probably have shown their maximal usefulness at this stage. Because I need specific resources to get moving. Rather than just a little bit of everything.
Hydration critical.
Yeah. Factory type game. I mean, it's on my wish list. That's as far as I've put it. Star Rupture is on my wish list, but yeah. Factory type game leaves me skeptical at the outset, as I haven't really loved many factory type games. Or any, really. Other than maybe this, if you call this a factory type game. Stationeers is the standout exception to that rule for me. So when they start going on the factory side of things, I'm always like, I'll keep an eye on it just in case, but I don't get excited about it coming. Like I do for something like KSA, where I'm like, I really, really, really was excited about KSP2, and I had fun with those initial tests that I did with trying to figure out how fast I could go on land in the length of the runway sort of thing. Doing that sort of stuff was really fun. So I was very saddened when it died. But yeah, factory type games, I'm like, maybe. I'll keep an eye on it. I'll see what it's like. Alright, I'm gonna head back now because I think that's the last of that iron in this deposit. Nope, there's more up here. Let's just dig to the surface.
Waste tank caution.
Yep, I timed that well. Where is my base? Oh dear, where is my base? There it is. Oh man. Waste tank caution. On my second thing just as I climb out to the surface.
Hunger caution.
Yeah, hunger caution. 3-7. 3-8. I'm gonna swap tanks. That'll get me to the airlock. Yeah, Sweet Orange Bunny. I'd kind of say the same, but a lot of people have said to me that they feel like Stationeers is a factory game. And I don't have a lot of grounds to argue, but my viewpoint would be similar to yours, that it's a survival game with automation options. But it's a survival game first. Now let's have a look at what this is. At the start of the stream I said we were at 40% CO2. We're at 24 now. There was some nitrogen I released into the atmosphere in here from the oxides, so I did drop that a bit more aggressively than it might have been by putting more nitrogen in, but that means that by the end of the next stream I will be out of CO2, so I need to have some filter to add some before then. Right, let's... How hot? Oh, nuts, I'm home too late. I was hoping to use the day gas to smelt with. Let's empty that out, and I'll chuck some iron through here anyway. No, yeah, water ran out. I'll fix that when I get inside. The water's not going to kill me. It takes a long time to kill me. No, 50 gold is not going to be enough to get the gases properly hot, really. Unless I have a very small amount of gas. And I've already pre-off-gassed the iron. Which of course I can do, but... F it. What did the scent? Sorters are iron, gold, and copper. So I think I put some gold into the thing. Hang on, let's just check this. Shove some copper in here in a sec. Maybe it's just me, but factory games seem to be built around continuous production. Yeah. But that doesn't really fully differentiate it from a Survival game, I guess. Okay, so we need an iron sorter, a copper sorter, a gold sorter, a silver sorter, a silicon sorter, a nickel sorter, a cobalt sorter. How many sorters do we need? I can't count. Have I got all of the ores? I think I've got all of the ores. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9? Because I don't need to sort uranium, it'll just be what's left. When the others run out, there'll be uranium left. Okay, ores, here we go. You can just count them here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah. And then the last one will be uranium, which just gets launched into a thing. So I need more iron for that. And I will get rid of the heavy breathing and drink something. Thanks, Silent Phoenix. Thank you for 1 year. Note it down before you forget about the CO2 issue. Fair play. CO2 will run out soon. Oh, why is it still upside down? Whatever. Thanks, Nixak. Thank you for Prime Sub. Alright, back out I go. Let's smelt some more iron. Get the other 3 sorters I need. As that should be enough material to make it. Yeah, I think that's enough. Did I? Yeah, I put the copper in here. Which I didn't need to fully do. I should have put it in the other one. Oh well. Oh yeah, the furnace vent is on. Yes. Yes, it is. I should probably turn it off. But at least now it's completely empty, so I can put in some hot gas in the daytime. Yes, I need a filter. I was going to make fancier filters. So that I don't need to change them so often. Because I feel like I've changed my filters a lot. This save. That a sorter? No, it's the landing pad. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Have you checked the filters in the machines? Well, there aren't any filters currently running. Like, there are no active filters. They're all off. There's no machines to check. Silo. Ooh. Okay. Those are expensive on the gold front. Don't forget you need a PC to control the sorters. No! That's right. I need to make a computer. Okay. I'm going to turn that off. I'm going to wait till daytime so that I can at least start a bit hotter, not rather than starting with cool gases. And then I will smelt some gold to get it hot, and for some... So I can degas my iron, actually. And my copper. No, I won't need 10 silos. 9 silos is what I need. I'm not keeping the uranium. I am getting rid of it. I have no purpose for it. So it will get thrown away. Said that I wanted a pre-sorter storage. Ah, valid. Yes, so I may need 10. Do I need a pre-sorter storage? Am I going to have enough chutes that it won't matter? I don't know. We'll see. I did say that. And I am leaning towards it. Because when the thing that I had that I found annoying last time was that the sorters... Actually, is it needed? Because the sorters were the storage post sorter was the problem that I needed to the single silo for, because I felt like that was the best place to bank it up. But in this setup, if I've got silos post sorters, I probably don't need a pre-sorter silo. Really? I don't think I do need one. All my dreams are shattered. I no longer need the things I thought I was going to need. I don't want to use vending machines post silo. I want to use the things that I used before that you just grab it out. It just sits there. I think it wasn't an outlet. I think it was might have been even a stacker. Powered chute outlet? Yeah, might have been that. I can't remember what I used though. But yeah, it might have been that. It basically meant I didn't need a display of what the ore was because it was sitting there in the outlet. Unfortunately, Emery, the vending machine is only going to work if you send it those materials and send it some of those materials every time. Otherwise, it's not going to work, I think, the way you're thinking of it. The vending machine is just a way to access what's in the vending machine. So the stuff would have to be already in it, and it has a maximum capacity, so you wouldn't want it to have all the different things, and it's annoying flicking through them. If the silos are full, I don't care about overflow. Because the silos have 600 stacks. So that's... what? 30,000 bits of ore? Something like that? $3,000, $30,000? Something. It's a lot. It's a lot more than I've ever had. Why don't I put a little tank to store hot gas during the day and use it at night in the furnace? Largely because it hasn't really been a big enough problem for me to spend time on it rather than spending time on other projects. That's kind of it. Alright, let's go around and do some more. The base is, doesn't require much of a tour. That's my greenhouse. That's my production room. Up those stairs is my control room for my trader, which is here. This is my furnace setup, which will get finished and fixed. It'll get removed and built to a proper one eventually. This is my cooling setup, where I have a phase change thing dumping the liquid pollutant that I compress. Just working with a single air conditioner to keep inside cool. My batteries. My Stirling engines. My solar panels are up there. And over here is the beginning of my ore sorting. So I think I'll go with the sorters. How big is the SDB silo? I don't remember. Does that show the full height? Yeah. So it's 2 blocks tall. Perfect. Silo input is at top. Output at bottom. Can it flip? Yes. Does it look janky flipped? Probably not. Probably doesn't, right? Be annoying for power. So that means if I want this to be, if I have the silo output like that, I think would make the most sense.
Waste tank caution.
And then we have not much need for much gap between the silos. Yeah. Though, if I want to do the thing that I did before, I probably want to push those back a bit further. Because what I want to have is the powered outlet, and I want to have the powered outlet neatly in the wall. So I can... Or do I want to have it in the wall? Maybe I don't need to have it in the wall. Oh, I didn't change my temperature and pressure settings. That's why I'm burning through stuff faster. Thank you. I'll go partway. Nice one. Alright. So for these... means I probably want the sorters floating up there, rather. Otherwise I have to go up to the top, then back down to the sorter. Up to the top, back down to the sorter. Yeah.
Air tank low.
Yeah, let's go fix the air tank. Battery situation hasn't changed, which is good. What's stopping me from venting my full waste tank to the atmosphere? A gigantic explosion. Because my waste tank is full of oxygen. And the atmosphere is full of hot, explosive volatiles. That's what's stopping. So I need 15 steel sheets, 10 plastic sheets. Oops. And cable coils. Okay. Let's go make these up so I can see them properly. Night temp can be below auto ignition temperature unless your waste tank brings it above auto ignition temperature just long for it to auto ignite. It isn't strictly below it.
Anti-critical.
Oops, forgot to deal with that.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Oxygen low. Oxygen critical.
Whoopsie. Doop doo 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 doo. That didn't happen. You saw nothing. Oh, hang on. Need to go back inside. That and that. Need to lay down the rest of this floor. Or at least a little bit more of it so that I can see the back and work things out properly. Want to change my filters? Nah. That'd be okay for a while. They don't run out that quickly. Is there any way to access the oxygen from outside without it getting hot? I think... Do the canisters heat up when they're in a canister holder? I think they do. So I'm not sure that there really is.
Power low.
So yeah. Just basically, I need to be better at this. Not do those things. Alright, I'm gonna move this silo. I don't think I want it this far forward. The thing about base heating, Silent Phoenix, is in the places where you need to heat up your base, outside is too cold, so you don't want to connect with outside. In the places where you don't need to heat up your base, it's because outside is so hot, you actually want to keep it cool. So I can't think of a situation where I've needed to heat up a base in a hot place. There may well be one, but I can't think of a situation where that's ever been a thing that I've needed. Thanks, Blazer. Thank you for the Prime sub. Acid Science, no, it's quite different to Space Engineers in the way it plays. This is more about systems design than building something that looks fancy. You can do both. Oops. Yeah, Space Engineers is Lego. This is chemistry. Can you guys tell me the line that's in line with the sorter, is that the line that things stay? No. Looking at the sorter. It goes in on there. If I select the thing, does it come out on that row or that row? Straight through is pass through. No! Curses! That's not what I wanted. I wanted it the other way. Dang it. So that means I need to start down this far end and have all 9 set up to begin with. Probably. I'm just going to shove these down here so I don't have to carry them now. But at least it means I know how big my room needs to be, because I need that many silos. Alright, silos require more steel. I've run out of steel, so I need to smelt some steel. I need to make a whole bunch more silos. Let's go see what I've actually got and see what I need to actually make. Okay, so we have no steel left there, no steel left there, no steel left there. So I have no steel left. Okay, and for the SDB silo itself, I need more gold and more steel again. Okay. Delightful. $140 gold for the silos, yeah. I need 7 more, so I don't have enough gold. Poop. I guess I can start smelting this copper at least. And I could probably off-gas the iron and stuff for the steel. So let's shove the copper in here. Put a little bit of gas in. It took me a moment there, Kaylin, to work out what you give up on. I was like, you give up on trying to say something in chat, and then I realized, and build additional pylons. I give up. It took me a moment. Let's put gas in there for them. And we will take gas out. At least 200 steel is probably not going to be enough either. Hey, Bakiko. How's it going? Yes, words are hard. It was 15 per silo plus 7.5, so it's 22.5 per silo that you need for steel. I need 7 of them, which means 8. Well, 7 and then this plus 7.5 at the end. So that's 84. So it's 104, 150. Yeah, I might actually have enough. 157.5, 165 total. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, need to go to the Derek Zoolander School for kids who can't read good. Yup. I keep getting, there's a typing-based cooking game that keeps showing up as a recommended thing on one of the platforms I use to get game keys.
Hunger caution.
And I'm like, I wouldn't mind being a better typist, but I really don't need to type much these days. Kind of okay with it as I am.
Hydration critical.
Show another copper through there. So I got my steel ready, I just need to wait for it to get hot during the day. And copper goes in there. So, I have enough copper now to do it. I just need the gold and the steel. The gold means I need to mine more. Plus the steel for the frames for the room, yeah. Yeah. Guess I can do a little mining while I'm... Well, that's inconvenient. See if I get lucky with finding some gold up in the hill behind the base. The answer to that is yes. I do get lucky. Gold right here. So that's 100. I needed 140 minimum. So we're close already, which is good. And that looks to be the end of that gold deposit. Let's go further up. That's silicon. Got enough silicon for a while. Oh, iron's over here. Yeah. Dislike the sensation of falling when I know lava is down there. I'm not going to mine so long that I fill my inventory. I just was looking specifically for getting enough for the SDB silos and then for the chutes. I'm going to be more picky this time around. Not just mining everything that's in front of me. Oops. Bye, silicon. So I've got enough for another stack of steel, which is good. So I can get a 400 of steel, which means I'm comfortable and with enough for the room and the sorters. If I can get a bit more iron. Should sort me out for a few other bits and pieces. This is why we train in the floor as lava as kids. Yep. For your future expeditions to Vulcan. Just need to find some gold after this. There's some more iron. And I am thirsty. Okay, so I've got almost enough for a full 2 more stacks of steel, which I'm not going to do. I'm going to use that iron to be iron, because I need the chutes. But that means come daytime, which it is now, I can go do some smelting. Ah, gold. Let's get that gold. Come on. And more gold, please. Oh. So close to being just barely enough. Give me more gold. So close. Come on, game, don't be like this. Need 8 more. Oh, there's more up here. 3 more. 1 more. Seriously. That's good though. Got a good chunk of iron. See if there's a little bit more gold here. There is. Yay! I've exceeded the gold amount by a slight amount. By a small number. Now it's time to do smelting because I don't want to stay down here all day and it get cold again before I actually smelt something. I am very clearly in a mountain and I don't know where I'm going to come up. Yep, top of the mountain. Of course it was the top of the mountain. I wasn't jetpacking then, I was just climbing. So I think it's a bit less likely for me to crack my suit. Yeah, I know power's critical. I want my steel.
Hunger critical.
Actually, let's go inside. I need to deal with all these warnings before I do small smelting. At least I got the 200 steel, so I can start these being made. No, I can't because I don't have the gold. Alright. Open that up. Have a drink. Deal with food after I deal with the smelting. Because I need to smelt. While I can. Huh. More steel. And more iron. I'll do the steel first. Yeah, I did say I wanted to dig behind my base. I was aware that I was going to be in a mountain. I just wasn't expecting me to pick the exact point that was the top of the mountain. So that was unhelpful. I need this to empty out quickly. I can start bringing the gas because it's starting to cool down again. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Hot gas in, hot gas in, hot gas in. Hot gas, go in. Get hotter. Come on. Just 20 Kelvin more. 10. Give me the hot. Yes. Okay, we got the steel. Now, I will just smelt some iron. Emery, I don't really have a place to suggest mods because I don't really have a practical way to, like, I don't really have any settings where I'm looking for mods at the moment. So it's not really a thing that I have set up because it's not really a thing I look for, if that makes sense. I need gold. So let's turn that off. So this is going to get hot and very high pressure. Then I can shove the silicon in to get some of it smelted. Okay, and silicon can go in because I'm going to need a bunch of that for other things. Yeah. Silicon, silicon. And a little bit more, so I think it's still hot enough. Oh no! I went too far! I got too greedy. Poop. Well, I'm gonna do this. Let's get the rest of this off-gassed and then I'll send in some silver and ignite this whole thing. That should get hot enough again. Uh, 18 might be enough. Yeah. That should come. Oh, what is it? 9:57, yep. We'll be good. It's real. Mysteries of the universe. Why is it whatever you're looking for can't be found? And you find this stuff that you ignore, then you need later. Just a mystery. Not saying it's a difficult mystery to solve, but it's a mystery. Dang human perception. There we go. I suppose I should get my copper too. Ores, keys, glasses, yeah. Oh, my dad. Toby's birthday party last weekend. He was getting... We were getting ready to leave. He was getting ready to get packed up and ready to go, and... goes, can't find my keys. Where are my keys? We spend ages looking for the keys. We messaged people who had kids that came to the party just to make sure they hadn't picked up the keys. And did all that stuff, you know, the usual things you would do to try and make sure you can find the things. They were in the bottom of his pocket. His pockets were just deeper than he thought. They were there the whole time. The whole time. I was pretty proud of my cake. It was rustic in some aspects, but I was still pretty proud of it. Quite happy with how it turned out. I hope I can get better with fondant and the modeling chocolate to the point where I can get clean edges on things, but it'll get there. For those who haven't seen the cake, let me get the picture. That's what I made for Toby's second birthday. And it says Toby on the other side of the arm. Rustic charm. I think that's got exactly the right amount that I can make up 7 and it'll just auto stop, which is perfect. I'm gonna need a bunch more cable, but not just yet, but I can grab that and make some cable with it. 100 cable's probably not gonna hang around too long. What else? What? Shadow Drake? Why are you talking about logic sorters right now? No, I'm not using logic sorters, I'm just gonna build a computer. I know how to do that. I know my system works well with that. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm not feeling like the sorter system is where I want to mess around with learning about the stack. That feels like a nope to me. Oh, 2 silos, mate. I probably could have started with the steel frames first, but oh well. Oh, is it crazy bitwise coded? Nope, 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 nope. Not doing bitwise, bit shifting, silly. No, no, no. If I'm still at a point where I look at code that Nev wrote for a mod in Space Engineers and I go, huh, how? But I can only barely pass what's going on, I'm not ready. I'm not ready. How many more does it have to make? 5 more. Oy. Why was I looking in the code that Nev made? Because I wanted to add some extra things to what it was doing. I was fixing the survival less likely mod. Making it more robust. I was messing around with that, and Nev's mod is the one, Dev script is the one that I use in Scrapyard for nerfing the jetpacks there, so I was like, maybe it can apply stuff to oxygen too. And I looked at it and I was like, I think it can, but I still needed a lot of help from Gruzob to actually make it work. But it should now function properly. With a whole bunch of extra situations that I had not predicted when I first made it. I put all the iron in there. No, it's actual code editing, Sarian. There's no visual editor. Like, the visual. Oh, I just did dumb. I pressed that too soon. I think I've just released a little bit of badness in here. No, just got away with it. Good. The visual scripting tool in Space Engineers is not very good. In this game, you do it all in a little MIPS editor, this thing. For Space Engineers mods, it's mainly, for the most part, the stuff that I do is just tweaking settings in XML files. Just changing a number in text, but I'm trying to learn some other stuff. Slowly. Two more SDB silos, then I can make the other stuff. Make more chutes, because I'm gonna need more chutes. Endless supplies of chutes. Ah. Why do you want a cat horror game? Isn't that just cats? Alright, I'm just waiting for one more. And how's the oxygen in here going? I mean the CO2, 20%. Okay, that's alright. We're up at 106 kPa, so I can get rid of some more oxygen. Let's bring it down into the mid-90s again. And the last one's finally printing. The problem with bit shifty stuff is that it's a bunch of it is, man, I wish we had that, and then they went, okay, now you do, but 99.99999% of you will claw your eyes out instead of doing it. Accurate. I will be right back. I just need to take a quick bio break. 1 second. optimize DB silos, which means I can go for steel frames. Which I need a few. But I probably don't want to make too many, because then I will run short of steel. Oh no, I won't, because I made the extra 200. It'll be fine. How many steel frames? Guess I'll make 10. And then I need to make a whole lot of steel sheets. Yeah, Papa Muncher, I know about the stuff like these, the fact you can alt-click and do stuff instantly. I just usually don't bother. It feels like more bother most of the time than just sitting there watching a bar fill and talking about something. It's rare for me that I find myself in such urgent need of completing a thing quickly. But yeah, it is a useful thing for... I use it, I take advantage of it sometimes with harvesting when I've got to harvest a lot of plants. Super useful there. But yeah. Fortunately, I think I have been made aware of in the past and do occasionally use. I just don't really use it for drinking. Because I'm bad and I should probably feel bad. Yeah, need 120 steel sheets. It's gonna be a while. I can probably leave that running then. So that's gonna be it. Can leave that running, do some building, come back out, and a lot of them should be done. Okay. So I'm using 1 frame per. Okay, that makes it easy. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. So that should be all that I need to put down. Oh. Clear this out. I think that's enough space. For all of the silos. Nope. It is well short. I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I counted to 7 rather than to 9 because reasons? There we go. Knew I wasn't going to make that jump. Yep. More frames needed. How many more frames? Guess if I bring out 4, 10 more? That should... 10 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 15 more. Stagger the silos so they're closer together. The reason I'm got the silos the way they are is to make it super easy to do the conveyoring behind them. Oh. That's not what I want flying at my face. I mean, there's not much you want flying at your face. But definitely not sheets of steel. And okay, so that got me 80. How many was I supposed to need? 120? 2/3 of the way, not bad. Oh yeah, I should make a CO2 filter. I'm gonna have to eject the iron out of here. But yeah, I'm down to 1%. Thank you for the reminder, Mike. I know you guys have been reminding me about it for a while, but that was the point where it registered because it's like, yeah, that really needs to be fixed now. Iron, silver, and Constantan. Iron, silver, Constantan. Steel goes in. More steel sheets come out. We make 2 filters. Oh, ammo's down to 84. Thank you. One medium carbon dioxide filter. And 2. There we go, that's nice. They should last a lot longer. Almost got enough steel sheets. Then I need the plastic sheets, which was 10 per, so I need 80. I've got 12. So I want to get enough of these, plus... So I want to get to 130 steel sheets, so that I've got enough to do the steel frames as well. Oh yeah, good point. Thank you. I'll do the waste bottles. It's getting to that point in the stream where I'm starting to forget things. Because it's getting on 6 hours now. But I just really wanted to get these silos at least placed today. Because I wanted to be able to hopefully next time use stuff from the deep miners. Even if I haven't automated the emptying of the centrifuges, but just being able to use the stuff would be delightful. So I've done a lot of mining today, and it'd be really nice to not have to do much. Oh, the suit one keeps not emptying properly. It's weird. Grab some more power. One more frame. Cool. No. I've been clicking the button and it's making me click it twice. Something has gone wrong with the button. I don't know what it is, but it is making me click it twice. The one in your suit automatically closes itself, and it's closing itself too quickly before it actually empties. So something has gone wrong. It is not a me being impatient thing, it is just a thing. Exactly. Blame Capac. 100% Capac's fault. Oh, it's not that it's leaving a bit. What it's doing is it's actually failing to open. The open gets closed before the game tick moves on. Seems like. I need more steel sheets. I don't have enough because I had heaps more floor that I hadn't actually welded up. Yeah, so the reason that my tanks, like my thing here is 85 is because that's the current pressure inside my space here. So if I open this up, it equalizes to the current pressure. It's not being forced out, it's just equalizing to the current external pressure. That's all. So that's why you see that smokehead, because it's an equalizer, it's not a active evacuation. It is passive. There's a lot of silos to build. This was quite expensive. I think it was the right call to do it, but it was quite expensive. Yeah, I think it'll be worth it in the long run to have it in place. Though I do think maybe if I really wanted to be actively not mining, going for a single silo and then just ejecting from that might have been a better approach for me. To at least get me started with the deep miners earlier, but it's not that much material in the grand scheme of things, but I sort of laid things out in a way that made it worse. On that front. Because I made everything big. There's that, and get these holes so I don't fall in them. So I need plastic now. True, I could eject from these at any time and just sort it myself. True. I don't want to, but I could. And they need a bit more plastic, and we're good. Fortunately, plastic prints pretty quickly. Alright, so for the to-do list for next time. CO2 will run out. I'm not sure I need to put anything on the list to remind me to do stuff with the sorters and the SDB silos. I think I should remember that without help. That one seems pretty likely. But the CO2 running out does seem like something I would forget. Are there any other things I'm likely to forget that I need to make sure I remember for next week? I think water's okay. I think I've got 90 odd litres of water. 79 litres of water, so I've still got a decent amount. That one I don't think will run out next week. the dish. Yeah, whether I want to upgrade my dish side of things. Upgrade trader. There we go. CO2 will run out soon. Upgrade trader. An overflow for easy selling. I can kind of see where you're getting at with that. I'm not sure I'm going to be patient enough to wait for an overflow of 600. No, I haven't forgotten I need the sorter PC. I just haven't put any of the sorters in place, so I haven't been worried about it. Not forgotten, but will probably be forgotten next week, so that's not a bad idea to put it down on the list. Oh, should have changed the battery out. These welds take a long time. Eh. Yeah, do I probably need to put a better battery charger in and make more batteries, but I've not actually run out of batteries, nor have I come back to get batteries and had them low on charge. So I don't feel like that's particularly urgent. Okay. Silos will be complete in a moment. Oops. Helps if I don't move on before the bar finishes. Would increasing my overall power capacity be a good idea considering you're about to be building a very large automated system? Yeah. Yeah. Getting some more power is probably a good idea. I'm still pretty good on power though. What I'm thinking for getting more power would be probably more Sterlings. I should add more solar, but it's currently winter, so I'm going to get less astronomical winter. I'm probably going to get less of that. But at least I've got the length worked out, so I'll get as many centrifuges as will fit up to here. Just probably another 3 more on the lower row, maybe a 4th. So maybe it's 7 and then I have another 14 on top. Which I'll probably set those up to not run down and then back, but rather split here and go up so that there's 2 and then they'll rejoin at the other end and go into the silo. Just because the silos want the sorters running left to right rather than right to left. I like the silos this way. I'm going to be putting a wall up so all you see is the centrifuges. I like them. We'll be able to see the centrifuges, see what's in them, and if there's something I particularly need, I can pop that centrifuge early. But I will automate them to make them pop out properly. But yeah. Didn't quite get as far with this system as I was hoping. I was hoping to get the sorters done today, but I am going to have to call it there, as we are over 6 hours, which is definitely long enough. I should not do that long. I should turn that off, though. That doesn't need to be on all the time. Yeah. next week, I will definitely be working on that sorter system, getting it fixed up, and probably having something set up to bring in some cool-ish CO2 into the base so that I can keep the levels of that okay for a while to come, as my ferns are now producing an okay amount of oxygen, which is good. I will be back. What day is it? Sunday. No, it's Friday. I am very confused. It's Friday for me. Therefore, I will be back on Sunday, super early in the morning, to play some more Space Engineers with Shaq, right here on Twitch. And then I'll be back on Monday with some more Wrong Way Out over on YouTube. And I'm trying to put everything in place to make sure I have a video come out on YouTube this week, which I've said the last few weeks and haven't succeeded every time, so let's hope I succeed this time. So there is all that, and plenty more to come. And I will see you then. Have a good night, everyone. Bye.